Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is a 20-part video series showing you how to create GM house. Let's get started. To start, let's open a new architecture template. So click on New, drop down, and then click on Architecture Template, and then press OK. And then we start off at level 1. What we need to do first is to add grid lines or to set up our levels. So here we could just uncheck this so that we don't need to see the ceiling plan, and we could go to our south elevation. So we're gonna start by adding level, so click on level right here, or you can type in LL, and then once you do, we'll be able to add in our ground floor. So here we could just add in all capital, so ground floor, and then press yes. And then here we could put this one, elevation should be around 400. And then here we could put this one at 0. So now our ground 0 and level 1 is at 400. And then we have here level 2. And then our level 2 is around 3000 from level 1 to level 2. So now it should be around 3400. Click apply, and there we go. As you can see, it's not showing properly here. So what you need to do is to add an elbow right here. So once you add the elbow, you'll be able to extend all of this in order for you to view everything correctly. And then let's add another level, LL again. And then let's make sure this is 3000 again. So this will be level 3, and press yes. So we have our ground floor, level 1, 2, and 3. Basically, the level 3 is the roof part. So now, if you do the level properly, it will add ground floor, level 1, 2, and 3 right here. We're going to select level 1 again, as we're going to add in grid lines. By the way, our units is, if you type in UN, we have our units on millimeters and our templates in metric. So now let's add in our grid lines. So you can click on under architecture and then grid right here on the right side, or you can type in GR, and then let's add in from below here to above. Usually you want it to be centered in the middle of this elevation tags right here. So now we have number 1 right here. You can select that, and then you can click on under modify this copy. You can also type in CO, that's copy as well, that's the keyboard shortcut. And then now we're going to put in our dimensions, so 5129. And then here it stopped because we forgot to put in the multiple. So if we click on CO again, select this one, before we add in our dimensions, make sure you check the multiple so that we could add multiple grid line altogether. So 2574 3427 4253, and then 4441. 1. There we go. And if you notice, this one went back right here. That's because we didn't put this one all to the right side. So now it went back because it doesn't have that space anymore. So now what we can do is select this one, and here it will create this dimension right here. And what we could do is we could just put back 4441 and then enter. So you want to make sure when you're copying this, for example, you're pulling it all to the right side and making sure that you have enough space so that it will continually go to the right side. So if, for example, it happen is it's right here already, and then we put in the 4441 dimension. Press escape multiple times, and as you can see, we're good because it's all in the middle. We don't need to move our um, elevation tags anymore, so that's good enough. But if for some reason you're not in the center, you could just select all your grid lines, and you could just nudge it in place using your arrow key in your keyboard. So now we could type in GR again, GR, and then let's add right here. And if you notice, it will create number 7. So what we're going to do is we're going to change this. Instead of 7, I want letters. So capital A, and let's move it all the way on the right side, on the left side. Select that again, and then select copy or type in CO. Pull it downwards so that we can um, add dimensions. So 6212, and you want to make sure you're in 90 degrees when you're doing this. So this one is 2501. Next is 1137, and then we have another 4216, and then we have here, this is 1210, and then another one is 1050, and then lastly 1930, and one more actually. This is 4744. So A to I, and then we're going to add in our dimensions. So let's add in our dimensions right here. So what you need to do is you need to select each and every grid lines from horizontal to vertical, and then after that add in an overall. Let's do it right here as well. And then overall. And then if you notice, we don't have a grid bubble on the right side and below. What you need to do is just simply show the bubbles by selecting or checking all the tick bars. So here I'm just checking all of this one by one, and then on below as well. And then similar to levels, if you want to make this much better, you can add in elbow, and then here, so that it's not overlapping, and it looks more professional doing that. And for me, I usually, whatever I do on the right side, or I want to apply it on the left side as well, and similar right here if that's the case. And if you notice right here, this is too much space. So what we need to do is select one of the grids. And if you notice, we have dash line. That indicates that if we move one of this, it will move all of it. So here I'm going to move it, and then if you notice, it's moving all throughout. And then we could just nudge this one in place again so that it's perfectly in the middle. Then now it's a good time for us to save this. So I'm just going to click on the save right here, or Control S. Just save it to the location that you want to. And then here I'm going to name it GM House. Before you click on save, you want to make sure that you click on the option. And one thing that you need to change is the maximum backup. So the default is 20. If you're expert level, you can put 1 to 5. Medium, you can put 5 to 10. And then if you're a beginner, I think 20 is good enough. So basically, it will override up to 20. So if you go past 20, it will override to the oldest file that you have. And basically, it's a good idea that you have multiple backups just in case that you make a mistake, and you could always go back here. So here for me, I usually just put 5. It's up to you if you put in 10, but I'll put 5 just in case. So I'm going to press OK and then save right here on this location. And here, what we could do is we could go back to our elevation. So here at south elevation, as we can see, everything is intersecting, and then it's clear. So what I usually like to do is give it more space right here. So I pull it up more. You want to make sure that everything is intersecting, because sometimes if there's a situation where this one is not overlapping, if you go to level 3, as you can see, it's not showing the grid line for the um, vertical. That's the reason, because this is not overlapping. So if we push this one all the way right here, intersecting, and we have space, if we go back to level 3, it will appear. So those are the reasons why it's not showing. So you want to make sure that you check each and every elevation that you have, and you want to make sure that everything is good and everything is shown properly. Nothing is overlapping. And as you can see in our east elevation, we can select that. We can push this one a bit more right here. And then the ground, we need to add elbow, and then we could push it down more, and then pull this one right here to give it some space. And we have level 1, 2, and 3. Good enough. Everything is intersecting. I just don't want the look of this because it's overlapping. So I'm just going to give it a little bit of elbow on those part. Let's go on to our north elevation, and I believe everything looks good except for the ground floor, so let's just add an elbow on that. And as you can see, it's really easy to manipulate this once, because you just need to select this and then you can pull it down like that, and then you can grab all of this, you can drag those. We have south already done, and then we have our west elevation. Same thing, we need some space here, and then here we have an elbow, and then push it right there, and then below. And then now we just need to give some space right there and to have some elbows. So we're looking good right here. We have our elevation ready. If we check our ground floor, everything is right here. Level 1, we have everything because we're basically going to concentrate on our level 1. We're going to add our walls there most of the time. So we're going to need to have all of this, and especially level 2 as well. So it's probably a good idea to add all those grid bubbles, but I'm not gonna add it right now. You can just add it, and then the level 3 is the roof. So you can even change the roof name right here if you want to. So roof, make sure it's all cap if you want. Um, would you like to rename corresponding view? So once you do rename this, if you press yes, it will change the name here as well. So here, as you can see, it changed right there. And then we're going to rename all of this. First floor, and then second floor right here. And yes as well. So now everything is correspondent to those. The only problem is all of this once, but that's good enough. At least you know which is first floor, ground floor, roof, and second floor. And before we finish the video, let's zoom in here. Um, let's create the exterior wall. So here, we're gonna click on under architecture wall, and we have basic generic 200 millimeters. For newer Revit, what we have is we don't have the generic anymore. So basically, you can just choose on one of those preset already. So for example, this one. And what you can do is edit type, duplicate, and then you put in the name exterior wall number 1, and then press escape or OK, and then edit. And then here, whatever we have under core, structure, and core, those are the ones that we cannot delete. But the ones that from the exterior side, which is this ones, and then interior side, we can delete. So now I'm just going to click on delete, and once we get here, it will be grayed out. So here again, delete, delete, and then uh, we have the core boundary structure and core boundary. Here, the thickness, let's set this one to 200. And then for the exterior, here we could just put in our gypsum wallboard. Press OK, and then OK again. And then now we have it ready for the next video. Um, just uh, just before we go, here we have base constraint first floor, and then top constraint unconnected. You should change this to second floor. Um, at at the same time, once we apply this, you can also change it right here. So here we could change it in different ones as well. Wall center line is already um, the default and then change as well. So those are important ones that we need to consider. And then on the next video, we're going to add the exterior wall. So thank you for watching, and I hope you like the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 2 of this house. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to set up our project. We added the grid lines and levels and even dimensions. Now we're going to continue working on this. Last thing we did is we set up the exterior wall number 1. Now we're going to add it. So here, select wall again, and then here this is the one that we created recently. So now zoom in here, and let's start by adding B1. So select B1, make sure you're in second floor, and then wall center line and change. So B1, going to B2, going down to C2, and then going across right here up to C5, and then going up a little around 1000 along grid 5, and then going across right here up to grid 6, and then from grid 6 let's go down right here, and then we have E, but we're going to put it short around 5700, and then from 5700 we're going to go across grid 5, but we're going to type in 2640, and then going down 1533, and then going back here to grid 5, then select it there. After that, once we have it there, we need to go back up to, this is E5, sorry, let's go back, not that one, but we need to close this off right here, and then we're going to change this to interior walls later on. Then we need to go to E. So this one is, we're going to extend this one all the way to G grid line, and then all across right here up to number 3 grid line. So let's look for number 3 grid line, which is right here. This is GE, and then we're going to go down 1000 from there. So pull it down 1000, and then after 1000 just go back here to grid line number 2, and then after that go down again up to H2, and then here across here we're going to have around 3850 across, and then at the same time going down up to F grid line, and then closing it off to F1, and then going back to B1. The exterior walls that we're going to change is this ones. So what we could do is TR, trim and extend this one, and then we could just exchange this later on to interior wall number 1. So those are the exterior wall. Um, Now let's add in an interior wall. So select here, edit type, duplicate. This will be interior wall number 1. Press OK, edit, and then let's maintain the 200 thickness. And then here, let's select the other gypsum wallboard. So usually for me, I like to maintain the gypsum wallboard because that one is the one that shows um, the white material, that which I like, and it's easier to see. So here I'm just gonna connect this one and then select the 3 of this by holding on control button, selecting them individually, and then here go to drop down, and then we could just look for interior wall number 1 and it will be changed instantly. So that's how easy it is to change a wall to a different categories or element. So now we're gonna select that again, and you should just type CS. The reason for that is that's control similar. Basically, we already have the element right here, and we're just going to add it again. So by doing this, this will allow you to add them instantly and you don't need to look for it. So for example, if you have added different types already, and then it's going to be harder for you to look for whatever you have. So if you know that this is interior wall and you want to add interior wall as well, CS on that, and then here we're going to add it between D and E. After we add it there, select that one, and we want it to be referring to E grid line, and then type in 800. And then let's add the same one, CS on that, and we're going to add it along E, so around 3500 around here. So from E2, just go over that, and then here we're gonna connect them. So trim and extend, so we will have this look right here, and then we're gonna extend this one all the way right here so that it's closed. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to insert some furnitures. So go to insert load family, and then we have some families right here. Let's go to furniture and let's add in some tables. Here we're going to add a dining table. So let's use this. Click on open and then type in CM. By using CM, you're going to be able to add it instantly. My suggestion is, or my advice is, every time you load anything, make sure to add it instantly so that you don't need to look for it right here. Because once you load multiple times or you load a lot of stuff, this will be very crowded and it will be harder for you to look for it. So here I just selected the ones that have a higher width and length, and then I believe we should edit this one. So I'm going to add it right here for now. Select it, edit, and then here we could duplicate this. We could put it as dining table. So this is the part where we're editing a family, and editing it is very simple. So as you can see, always duplicate the original so that you don't lose that original settings. So now we will be able to change the setting right here. So for the length, I want it to be doubled, so probably 3000 with probably around 1500, and then let's see how it looks. I think that's perfect for this size. And then we could load in, go back here, seating. Let's use this chair briar, and then CM, and then let's add it all the way right here. Not sure why it's not showing, but we could just copy. And then what I usually do is I put one side and then mirror the rest. So we have it mirrored like this. So we have our dining table. We could have our living here. And then we could have our entertainment area here. And then we could have, I believe this will be, we could add this one as an office, or we could have it as a bedroom. And then here we could extend this one all the way right here. So now let's load in more furniture. So we're here at seating already, so might as well add in some. I'm gonna use sofa carbo. Click on open, CM, and then here we could add in something like this. I'm going to enlarge this part and then add the same one right here, and then we could actually, oh sorry, this one CS, we could actually add in a fireplace here. So here I'm going to edit, duplicate this. This will be sofa. Just want to increase the width, so maybe 3000 again. And then here we could just have it maybe like that. And then we could add in another sitting here. We could add this one, CM, and then here we could just have it on a different angle. Two of them. And then to do some change in orientation, you should just press spacebar. So that's how you do it. And then let's add in a coffee table right here. So let's go back to sitting, table, and we have a coffee table here, CM on that. Let's add this one in the middle first, and then change it to one of those preset. This one is too big, so maybe the second one is too small. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to edit this one, duplicate, coffee table, and then I'm just going to change the length to 1700, and then that makes a huge difference. and I like the spacing much better. And then later on we're going to add in a simple fireplace here, and we could even add a TV here. So this is like the formal living room, and then we will have an entertainment right here, or a theater. So either or, we have something right here. And then let's load. We have the storage right here, and then we have the entertainment center, and then click open CM on that, and then add it right here. We could have this one as a storage area, so we could move this one all the way, or we could just, knowing that this is different, so CS on this, and then just extend this one. So we have a storage area right here. At the same time, we could extend this one all the way. So instead of that one, I'm going to add something really nice right here. And then at the same time, we're going to edit this one as well, having that part there. And then let's add in another seating sofa here. So let's load in, go back to seating, and let's change the seating a little bit. Let's use the Pensy sofa, and then CM on that, CM, and then let's add it right about here. We could extend this one a little bit more, and CS right here on the side. Maybe on this side we could have it like that, and then here we could change the width a little bit. So edit, duplicate, and then let's change the length here to 2400, and that's good enough for me. We have the door right here, and then this is storage, and let's load in the same thing right here, CS, and add it there. That's good enough. I would like to add a storage right here, a credenza. So here under storage credenza, click on open, CM on that, and then let's add it right here in front of the main entrance. This will be the main entrance. We're going to change the size on this one, but we wanted to align it, so AL to align it all the way to the wall. So edit that, edit, duplicate, this will be, and then the depth, let's change this, that's too much, maybe 400, and then the width, this one should be around 1500, and that's good enough for me. And then we're going to add the main door right here. Probably we'll add double doors, so that will be good enough. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 3 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add walls and furniture. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is to add doors so that we could see the orientation of our um, rooms and the orientation of the door, how it opens and how it closes. So now let's go to insert, load family, and then let's go to doors. Right here we have residential, so we could go there. So let's go back here. I press something inadvertently, so I want a double glass door for the front. So I'm gonna use one of this, click on open, and then I'm gonna choose 15 by 2000, 1500 by 2000. So let's see that first, and then type in DR. DR stands for door, and that's how we will add the doors because it's from the system family. So DR is how you add those. So once we added the door, let's go back to insert and then let's load some families again, and let's add in the single door, which is right here. And the reason that I'm loading this is because um, we can see that there's a door handle. The default that Revit has into their door that is already loaded, even though if you change the detailed view, it wouldn't have a door handle. So I just want mine to have a door handle. So I'm gonna load all of this. So I'm gonna select one of them, scroll down, and then hold on shift and then click on the bottom, and then it will highlight everything and then press OK. And this one is just saying that, are you sure you want to load everything? You said yes. And then now we have our door here. You can even type in DR again. It will pop up. It will give you the first one, 300 by 2000, but obviously that's too small. So I'm going to choose something that is probably 750 by 2000. I want to maintain the 2000. That's the height. So even the front door is 2000 as well. So I'm gonna maintain that height. And then here we could basically, for this one, what we could do here is actually, instead of a door, we're gonna put a open door, or we're gonna open the wall basically. And then here we have an office or a room right here, office room or a bedroom, depending on how you want it. We're gonna add that. Obviously here we're going to have, I'm gonna put in a sliding door, so um the exit, so that you can have your you can have the access to your backyard. And then here in the kitchen we could add in a window instead. So basically there's not enough that we could put here except right here at the washroom. And I find the washroom very small. So instead, I'm gonna put in 2500. Or what we could do is we could just put it in the middle of the E grid. I think that's good enough. We could add in the sink, and then we could add in a toilet and probably a shower right here. So I think that's good enough space or good enough room. So a little bit of edit right here. And then at the same time, let's add in the sliding door. So you could basically get the sliding door at the um, second link in the description under part 1. So just go to part 1 description. I will put in all the links there. and then you could just drag and drop once you download the sliding door, and drag and drop, and then it will upgrade. And then once it's upgraded, you'll be able to have it placed on the right area. So we have the sliding door right here. I'm gonna add it right about here. I think that's perfect. And then what we're gonna do here is we're going to select this because we're going to change some stuff in the properties right here. So 0 on that. I want it to be open. So once it's open, this will open up as well. So it's really parametric. And then here under edit, we need to take all of this gap. We don't need those gap. And then click on apply, and then OK. And then there we go. We have our sliding door. You can change it basically, so you could edit or duplicate this, and you can change whatever you want right here. So it's up to you. I think the basic one is good enough size. It's big enough, and we'll be able to slide it on the left side or the right side, whatever we want. So I'm just gonna leave it like that. And here um, we're going to add the bedroom first instead, so that we'll be able to plan everything ahead. Here I'm going to select an interior wall. I'm going to edit this and duplicate. This will be interior wall number 2, but we're going to change the thickness to 100 because we're going to add in this one right here. So select that, CS. We're going to have the closet right here, and then we're just going to pull this back to interior 1. So here we have 800, and then we're just going to put it there. Let's go to load family, and let's add in some bed. So go to furniture, beds, and then here we have bed box. Click on open, CM on that. We could add in the largest that it has is queen size, so space bar, and then let's add it right here. There we go. And then obviously it's not done yet. We could add in a table, side table as well. So let's add all of those. So desk, we could add that. Override existing, CM. Actually the desk is already here, so CM first. Go right here and then type in desk. So here we have the desk. Let's add this one right about on this corner. And then at the same time, go to load again. We could have the nightstand table on the side. CM on that. Add it on the corner right here. And then we're gonna add a sliding door and a chair and a light. So here, load family again. Go back. We have seating here, so might as well add the chair. So let's add the chair executive. CM added to the location. There we go. And then here again, let's go to door. So we're basically adding everything that we want to, so that once we're added, or once we add it already, we could go, once we're in second floor, we'll be able to add it instantly because it's already loaded. So the hard part is right now because we keep on loading stuff and everything, but once we're in the second floor, everything will be moving quickly. So we're adding one at a time so that we could add it instantly, not loading everything that you need, and then you're gonna keep on looking on the component side. So that will be harder. So here, residential, we're going to look at the sliding door, which is right here, and then click on open. I like loading them all. So here I'm gonna select one again, hold on shift, select the bottom to basically highlight all of them, press OK. And then DR, because that's a door family, and then we could add it right here. And we want to add as much detail as possible. So let's go to annotate, click on detailed line, and look for demolish line. And then zoom here. We usually put two rods or two lines to represent the rod. So that's good enough. As you can see, that will represent the rod, and that is self-explanatory. It's common sense to add that. Next, I want to add the shower, the toilet, and the sink. So let's go back to insert, load family, go back right here. Let's go to plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then let's go to water closet to add a 2D commercial toilet, or domestic. Actually, it's what's best. So let's adding 2D, because 3D, we don't need to show 3D for this. So just to make our file small enough and good enough. So here I'm just adding this one right here at the wall. So it's a wall based. So that's why it's snapping to the wall. So I'm gonna add it right here, and then I'm going to add a sink. So we have a sink right here, and then we're going to just add a single vanity, which is a square, cm on that, and then let's add it right about here, and then load family again, and then let's go for the shower. We have a shower stall here, click on open, and then type in cm to load it. And then right now we have a shower right here. We could just move this along, and basically we could extend this by going to edit, and then maybe it's the width or the depth. So either way we're going to change it. Click apply, and we could just flip it by actually rotating it, or what we could do is CS on that. So basically right there, and then we could just delete it. So a fast way of doing this, if we want to be exact, because there's a space right here, I don't want that. What we could do is we could check the dimension, and then 1986. So we could select that, change this to 1986, and then there we go. It is fixed right there. And then go to annotate again, detailed line. This one should be thin line, and we're just going to add the table for this one right here, and then move it along using your arrow key to give it some space. There we go. So that looks good. We have our washroom right here at the base, or at the first floor, done. And again, I want to add a door right here. This will be where the pantry is. So I'm gonna select that, CS. I know this one is too big, so I'm gonna add the door first, and then select that door again, and then we could change this to a specific size, which is probably 600 by 2000, small enough to fit the door, and you'll be able to enter the small room right here. And then at the same time, we want to show that there are um, that you have some shelvings right there. So right there, I'm gonna add a dash line, and then we have another line going right here. There we go. So that looks good. And then here we're going to open this by selecting the wall and then wall opening. We're going to select one and then another one. And then here we could basically move this one to the side. And then here you'll be able to select this one and then spread it out. So you can make it longer or smaller depending on what you want. So now we have that space where you have that capability, and this is an open area with that. So next thing that I want to add is actually the floor. So here, let's go back to architecture, click on floor, and here we have a generic floor 400 millimeters. Now we're gonna edit that, duplicate, and then we're just gonna call ours floor number 1, but all caps. And then here we're gonna edit this thickness. Let's put this one at 200. And then here under materials, we're going to add basically 3 floors. One floor is for the kitchen, one floor is for the bedroom, and then another floor is for the washroom. And then actually by the end of this, we're going to add in a floor number 4, which is for the overall. So here, this will be for the kitchen, so I want it to be somewhat a tile base. So I'm gonna look for a tile, and we have a ceramic tile right here, textile tile, slate blue. We could use that as well, or vinyl. I'll use the vinyl composition tile, so I'm gonna use that for the kitchen. So this one is for the kitchen, so I'm just going to add it right about here, because this is the kitchen area. So I'm gonna finish that off right there. Another, we're going to press escape, click on floor again, edit that type, duplicate. We have floor number 2, edit on this one. I want it to be for the overall, so this will be a stone. So we can go right here, stone right there, and then we could just pull it up, apply OK, and then OK. This will be for the overall. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on that, click on right here, and then we're going to add another part right here, and then we're gonna stitch it up later on. So we're basically just adding lines quickly. I'm going to add this one right here, and then add right here. Another way as well is to use pick line, but I just want to do it like this one, and to show you how I do it. So here I'm going to trim right here, TR again, trim right here, trim it right there. We can trim it right here. I should have pushed this one up, but that's fine. And then trim it right here. CTR. That's fine. Delete this, delete this. So basically deleting the excess. We just need the perimeter lines. So once you're done, click on finish, and there we have it. At the same time, we need two more for the bedroom and for the washroom. So click on floor again, duplicate this, duplicate number 3, edit. This one will be, I want another stone for the washroom. So basically I'm just going to add this. I'm going to use polished granite. I'm just adding random material, but it's up to you if you want to add. So here I'm going to put that there. At the same time, I'm going to push this one, edit, push this one all the way right here, so that to get all the gaps. Because if we just leave it right there, there will be a big gap right in between right here as well. So that's done. Another floor, edit, duplicate, number 4, and then change this to, I want wood usually on my offices or my bedrooms. So I'm going to use maybe this one. Click OK, and then simply select rectangle to instantly add that one. Click on finish. Make sure to save this. So let's stop here for now. Continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 4 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in the floors, some of the furniture, and now we're going to continue working on this. So what I want to do is go to our ground floor. I want to create our backyard right here, and then I want to add a wall for our border wall. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select one of our exterior wall. So I'm gonna CS on this. I'm going to edit, duplicate. This will be exterior wall number 2, and let's change the material. What we could do is we could duplicate this one as well. Click apply, OK, and then OK. Here I want to go from ground floor to first floor, but that's too small. Now I'm just gonna add in probably 1100, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add it from B1 up to A1, and then around A6, and then ending right here. We're also going to do it on the front, so I will have it on F1 going to I1 all the way to I6, and then just close it off right there. And if we check our 3D, we have something that looks like this. And then here, I'm just going to probably select this one and right here on the side. And let's just put this one base constraint to ground floor so that everything is all the way down. And that looks nicer. Now we're still in the ground floor. What we could do is we could add in our around here. We will have a laundry and a bar right here. So I'm going to select the exterior wall and then CS on that. So it will be ground floor up to, I'll put it on second floor. And then I'm gonna go in the midpoint right here and then put in around 4,000. So we will have a bar here on the side, and then we also have a laundry on this side. And then we could just close it off right here. And then here, what we could do is we could just extend this one right about here. And then we let our imagination come, because we could add like an outdoor kitchen or a bar right here. So it's up to us. And then we will have a deck around this spot. So I'm going to add in a floor as well. And then we're going to add a pool. So here we could add in, so exterior wall, CS. I'm going to edit, duplicate. This will be swimming pool walls. And then edit this one. We could change the thickness to around 50. And then the material, we want tile materials right here. We could use this one, apply, OK, and then OK. I'm gonna create a rectangle, and it will be around, I'm gonna grab it right here, around 4,000. By 7550. And then I'm just trying to give it some room right here. And then we're gonna build a deck all around here. So this is the wall. I want it to be from ground. So top will be ground. So we could put, and then this one, base offset around 1000. We could put this one to first floor and then top offset this one so that it goes down a little bit, because it doesn't let me do it. Base constraint negative 1000, and maybe ground floor as well. So I think I just forgot to put the negative 1000, but we're at the top constraint of ground floor as well. So once we add a floor right here, grass and everything, it will be showing there properly. I just want to change the view range right now. I want it to be level below so that we could see whatever's right here. You can put it unlimited as well if you want, if it's not showing up. The thickness, probably, let's change this to at least 100. I just want it to be shown. Plus, I'm gonna copy right here so that we could add the below right here. So I'm gonna use model in place, generic model. This will be number 1, extrusion, and then I'm gonna put in the ceramic material so that we have a floor right here. And the good part about this one is we could just manipulate this one right about there. And then we're gonna do another one, extrusion. This will be the water now. Pull it up, apply, OK, and then use this one again to add it. Now go to 3D to change the levels. I'm gonna put it a little bit at the top right there, and that will be water. So we have our pool right here. Now I want to add our deck. I'm gonna use probably, I think the best thing to do with this is to use the same method, which is model in place, so that we could manipulate it easily and curve it to our house. So here, extrusion, I'm gonna do, so obviously decks are wood, so we're gonna use a wood material. Let's use mahogany for instance, and then let's add right here, and then I'm gonna go right here as well. And then now we just need to trim and extend all of it. So now we just need to click finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. And the good thing about this is it's an extrusion, so we could raise it up and then we could level it from here. So now it's level there. We could just add a step right here if we want to. Actually, let's just add it. I'm just gonna manually add it. Same thing as what we have right here. So just let's make it 300. And then let's could just add another one. Copy that on the end and then just add it there. Click on finish. Let's see, look at it at 3D. And then here we can manually drop it like that. So we have the complete autonomy regarding how we're gonna set this up. So that's why I like using model in place when I'm doing something like this. Okay, and then now let's add in the floor right here. So what we'll have is a floor right here, so this will be tile. So click on floor, edit, duplicate. This will be floor number 5. And then we could have a stone. Let's look for a tile. We could use this one. And then here we could just have it like that. So that's for it. And then let's just push this one right all the way there. And then we're going to have grass around here at the same time, like a walkway, like a concrete or whatever walkway we could do. So now we're gonna click on floor again, edit, duplicate. This will be 6, but we're gonna put grass because we might use it later on. So now type in grass right here and then pull it up, apply OK, and then OK. Now we could use this. We're gonna trim it anyway, so might as well. And then trim it, TR to trim. And then we just forgot to put something there so that we could trim it out with this. And you could just click finish first, and then we're gonna put a hole on those. So we might extend this one all the way at the top similar to this, or we could just extend this one. So either way we could just do it. So TR, trim and extend there, and then what I'm gonna do is we could just extend this so that we could have the proper height, because we're gonna cover this for sure. So we just need those separation. So we have something right here. I want to increase the height right here just a little bit, so probably 200 at the top. So it's just inclined a little bit at the top, and then now we need to edit this. So edit boundary, and we could just create our walkway. So we could just put, probably that's too big, around 500 by 900. Yeah, that's good enough. And then just copy it. And then copy it multiple times. Make sure you need to check this one so that you could keep on adding it. And then here, just copy one and then rotate it, RO, so that the way I do it is I just tab it and then click it so that you highlight everything, RO to rotate, and then you could just put in the numbers, and then there we go. And you could just add it like that, move it a little bit so that it's kind of center, and then copy it again. And then here we could just copy it right here on this side, just making it fast. That's why I just keep on copying, and then we could just add one more right here. There we go. And that looks good. You just need to click finish, And then we just need to add another floor. So duplicate on this. This won't be grass. Rename it. This will be 7. And then change the material. We want it to be concrete. And then I want to hide offset this to around maybe 30, so that this looks good. And then we could just copy it and then grab it so that it's easy. It's very fast to do. And it snaps into place. And then we could just copy this, CO, and then put it there, because everything is the same. So now we just need to click finish and look at it like that. And why not, let's make it realistic, just to let us envision what we're trying here. At the same time, we need to snap on all of this because we want our base constraint to be on the ground floor, so that we could have it covered right there. So we want everything to be covered all the way down. That's why we did that. Move this one a little bit down. So we're just making it beautiful. We have the water, we have everything offset like that. This one, this is a floor, I believe, and we have it on tile. I just thought it's empty, but that's good enough. I'm going to add a door right here. So I'm just going to use this, CS, and then I'm going to add it right about here. And then this one is just open. And then we're probably going to add something there later on. Next, I'm just going to add. So let's go to insert, load family, and then some furniture right here. I just want some furniture to represent the area right here. Seating, and not seating, like table. We have a table that comes with chairs already. So that's perfect on this one. CM on that. I wasn't able to. Okay, I'm gonna put that one, CM. And then we could just change this to a bigger one to have more. We could add it right here. And then that looks nice. And then we could have, or we could add those chairs that you can lie on here with umbrellas. So something to add later on if we can find something. And then I believe we're done with this. We're just gonna continue on the next video. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 5 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to do the backyard build of this house design. So now we're going to continue working on this. What I want to do is I want to add a parabola right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to my ground floor, model in place. Let's save this one and then go to generic model, press OK, and then here I'm just gonna do an extrusion, a simple extrusion. Let's change this to a different wood, parabola. So we need to a different wood, maybe this one, laminate veneer lumber. We're gonna use that instead, and then I'm going to use a rectangle and basically going to create a support right here. And then here I'm just gonna copy this, so CO, copy it and place it right about here. And then we're gonna create a beam here and then some horizontal wood structure there that is connected to our building. So here I'm just going to go right here and increase this size. I'm going to finish this first and I want to see how tall I want it to be. So I'm going to probably go to my south elevation. So it needs to be north, so that we could see the height that we're going to set this one. So basically I will need to have a beam that is going across here, and then at the top it will be those horizontal trusses. So now let's go back to ground again, and we're going to select this, edit in place, create, and then create an extrusion. We're going to just use rectangle and then move this one, just give it some space right here so that it looks nice, and then go back here, go back to 3D so that we could pull it up like so. We could go to north as well and then pull it right across there. I'm just assuming the thickness right now, so that's fine. So go back to ground. The only problem we have here is it's not showing up the one at the top. So we need to change our view range again. This one, let's go to top offset to be around 5,000. And hopefully it shows. So view range ground, let's change this to second floor. Unlimited. So it's still not showing, but if we go to our first floor, it's showing, second floor, and second floor it's showing. So we could use our second floor, but again I'm going to edit this in place, and then we're going to use the second floor for it to show. I'm going to select extrusion again. I'm going to set this, pick a plane, and then use this plane right here. And then here, I'm gonna connect it to the wall and create something that looks like this. I'm going to align it like that and give it some space. And then here we could click on finish, but we need to clean it up so that it's not too high. So that's perfect enough. I like the height and the thickness. And then let's go back to second floor, select that, and then we could array, and then you need to choose last and then how many you want. So I'm just gonna estimate probably 20, and then grab it, and then we want to stick it at the last. So I believe that's looking good. I like the way the spacing is. The array is the one that space it out for us, so that's easy. So we need to click on finish. That's fine. Select that again, and then click on edit extrusion. We're just going to create a design out of that. So with our array, we still have to go to our, it's either east or west elevation, either or, so it's more visible in east. So we just need to create something right there. So create, this is void form extrusion, and then pick a plane. We're gonna select this one, and then here we're basically going to create the design that we want to remove here. Then you can even go beyond there, but here we can create our design. There we go. Change it up a little bit. There we go. And then we just need to trim this one and this one right here. We could delete this. Now let's see if there is any error. If not, we could just go to 3D, stretch it all the way out like that, and then all the way out here, and then click on cut geometry, and then here cut geometry right here as well. So we just need to select the void, so it's basically transparent, but we just need to select each of every one of this. So the extrusion and then the void form. There we go. And that's how it looks. Looks pretty good. And looks legit. So just click on finish and we're done with the parabola. We could go back to ground floor. We're going to go to Insert, Load Family, and go back to the main and go to Specialty Equipment, Domestic, Mid-Range, and we have the washer and dryer. Click Open, CM. We're going to add it right here, CO. So we have the washer and dryer. We could select this. I don't want to show the label. And then this one again, don't show the label. And then we could just push this one all the way to the end. So we could just align it. Let's go to Insert. So we have actually a sink. So go to Insert, Load Family, and then we could go to Plumbing, Architecture, Fixture, Sink, and we could choose one of this one. We could use this, CM, and then add it right about here. And then we just add a detailed line to represent that we have some work set there or a table there, and then a detailed line again to have demolish line showing that we have something at the top there. You can even cross it out like that and trim it, and we just need to select this, CS, and put it right there as well. So now the part here is done as well. We have our laundry room and we have enough space for that. We just need to do some small things as well, and also let's not forget to add the bar here. So it would be nice to have a bar here showing off all of this stuff. So now I want to do as well is to add some windows. So I want to do is click on wall, go to drop down. We're going to use curtain wall in order to create some windows. I'm going to add a curtain wall right here, and I want it from the inside. So if it's outside like this, just press space bar to change it. It will show a warning indicating that it's not visible yet on our 3D because we haven't edited that yet. And then here we're going to add a window, space bar, and then there we go. Here we're going to add a window as well. And then in order for us to cut that, we need to cut geometry in order to show those. So here I'm gonna select the wall first, then the curtain wall. There we go. And we want to show how it looks. I don't want it to be all the way below there, so we could just pull it up like that and then pull this one down. And I want to align everything, so AL, select it there so that everything is uniform. You have it here, I'm gonna pull it up. I'm going to align it like that, and the top right here. So that looks nice. I'm happy with those. We could add windows here as well, but later on, once we finalize the one for the second floor. At the same time, let's go back to first floor. I want to add the stairs. So here, so we could go to architecture, click on stairs. So right here we have our stairs. Select that. I just want from first floor to second floor. So right here, I'm gonna start around 1700, 1750 from the wall right here. So I'm just gonna create it first and then do it after. Right now it's creating 9. I have 8 remaining. I want to have a landing and then the rest of it. So here I'm just gonna click finish. I want to move this, and then I want to create a detailed line so that I want to be accurate. So around 1800, let's make it 1800, and then I'm going to align it there. MV, there we go. AL, and then I just want to check the width around 50 to 71. That's too far from what I envision. So I'm gonna edit this. I'm gonna make this one smaller. Let's see how it looks. Around 47. I need it to be around 3500. So maybe I could just delete the landing. Not delete it too much, but I could just create another stairs. I think that's the best one, and I'm just going to make it steep enough. So that's my starting. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to create a stairs again. Click on that. I want it to be 14, so I'm gonna force it to be 14. I'm gonna start right here and then just pull it all the way there. Click on finish, and we don't have any landing anymore. I'm going to try and check. So that's perfect for me. I think that's good enough. AL. So that's our stairs. I want to see how it looks. So I'm just showing that like that. I'm gonna check this one, edit. I'm probably going to duplicate this. Stairs. And then put mid support. I don't want this. So none. None. Landing type. Same. Run type. I don't want riser. So it will look like that. So it will look modern enough. This one, let's edit. So this one, maybe we could put it at wall, but it's not working out. So we just need to baluster placement, not the baluster, but the railing. Hose paste, maybe rail 1. So I'm just gonna undo that, and I'll just change this later on. So I'm going to change this to, I think, another, maybe the rectangular. The piping is actually much better. I'm going to change the top handrail probably to a square handle. So top rail right here, handrail, I want it rectangular or square. I think that's the best one. So look at the difference, and then we're gonna change that later on. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 6 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to work on the backyard. As you can see, we added all of this. And then now we're gonna continue working on. So I want to at least finish the one that we have right here. So let's go back to ground floor and let's add in a grass portion around here. So click on floor, look for the grass floor, which is floor number 6, and then here rectangle, and we're going to add it on this one. What I'm thinking of is adding it right here, and then we're gonna do the same thing on this side right here. So that's what I'm planning to do. I'm gonna use pick lines, and then we could just trim it out. I'm gonna use this right here and then trim it out. PR, trim and extend. I'm gonna use this right here and then trim this again. Now just click on finish, and then you can edit again just to finish it off. We will need to have a stairs right here, so I'm gonna add in a stair. So I'm gonna use this one right there. So I'm just gonna copy this, make sure multiple is checked, and then just add it like that. I'm gonna copy this again so that we have that one right there. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move this one right here, just a little bit like that. I think that's perfect enough, and click on finish. And then let's add in another floor, same floor similar to this, the one that we have right here. CS on that. I want to CS on that so that we could just have the same height offset, and then just copy all of this. So click on tab, CO, and then grab it from the corner. And then click finish. Let's look at it at 3D, and that looks good. We just need, let's not forget to push this all going down. Our base constraint should be ground floor, so it will stretch like that. And then I'm going to add a stairs right there. I'm still thinking if we should add just a model in place, because for me it's the easiest way to handle something like this. So yes, I'm just gonna use a model in place to create the floor. Let's go on this side. Actually, I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna use a section because I have more power when I'm using model in place, and sometimes it's hard to just use the stairs, and then I could edit, I could stretch this one as well. So that's why I'm using model in place, and then I could pick this one and then create my steps. And then here you could just, we can even extend this one if we want to. So I'm probably going to extend this, but as you know, it's very easy to do once we have this one. And then here I could just edit the boundary. I'm gonna delete one of this, and then delete one of this, and then we could just stretch it off, and then that's very easy to manipulate. And that looks good. As you can see, everything looks proper. We just need to change the materials right here because we're using the same one from the pergola. So now we could just put in concrete. Let's use this, apply, OK, and then we're good. And then we need to go ground floor again and add the ones right here. So another floor, edit, duplicate 8, and then we could use, yeah, let's use the same thing. We could even change that if we want to. Actually, let's just change it. I just want the option of changing it in the future. So that's why I'm changing the material. There we go. And as you can see, we have everything like that. I just need to probably extend this one. I'm just gonna create something like this right here because of the gap. SL to split this, and then TR to trim and extend. And then click finish. Look at it at 3D. And then we could just have the opening, edit profile. It's there, but because of this, it's overlapping there. So that's the only issue we have, but it looks good. So let's go back right here, ground floor. I want to create the bar area. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a section and then add a section right here like that. Flip it on the other side, and you could just move the view range all the way right here only. So now I just want a simple bar. So I'm gonna have, I could create an opening on this side or only on this side. So I could basically have it just a regular opening, a bar right here, the chairs right here. And then we could just have this one open. We could create another pergola right here. So what we have, we could knock this off and add the same one as well right here. So it's basically up to us. I just need to cover this roof for the laundry room, but we could have this one as well. Good. So that's the plan. I'm gonna create a model in place and then generic model. I would like an extrusion from the base, and then here we could have something that looks like this. Let's put this one at 800. The chairs would be here. Change the material. Let's choose one of the wood right here. It's not gonna be wood, but I'm just choosing it right there. So click on finish. I want it to be up to 900 right there, 900. Let's look at it at 3D. We have something that looks like that. Go back. We could create another extrusion. We were gonna set this one at the top of this. This will be 25, and then the material should be stone. Let's use the rough one, and then let's add the same one right here, but we're going to have something that looks like this. Click finish, and we could just move this one right there, and then let's go insert, load family. I'm gonna load in a chair, so go to furniture, seating. I'm gonna use this one to represent a high chair, or something that looks like this. That's looking good. We have the look like that, and then we will have a form of a small kitchen right there. So it will have a sink as well. So right here, let's create the same thing. Edit, extrusion. I want the wood extrusion right here. The only problem is I don't think if we have too much space, so I'm probably going to finesse this one. What we could do, I'm just gonna click on finish first, is get some space on this side, because I know this is too much space for laundry. So I'm just assessing what we have, and it will be around, make it 2200. So from here to here should be 2200. This one we could just push this back. Oops. This one, edit that one. This one should be up to 900. And I want to get the same finish. I'm gonna copy that and then copy there, and then here from the top there. So create, extrusion, set, pick a plane. It needs to be on this one. So it's not letting me. I'm gonna edit that again. Create an extrusion, set, pick a plane. There we go. Ground floor. And then this will be granite. And then let's add in a sink. So insert, load family, go to plumbing, architecture, fixture, sink. I'm gonna use this round, CM. So with this, you need to put it down, because I know this one, it's not in the correct. That's why I was wondering how come it's too high. So let's go not on this section. I want to go on this section. So you just need to extend. I'm gonna pull it down, basically copying the height that we have right here, and it will follow as well. I'm gonna align it right there. Go to ground, There is the sink. We need to pull it up. Go up. So it's right there, exactly. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a void. So we need to select that. Void form, void extrusion. Pick. And then we need to pull it something like that. Go to 3D and then cut geometry. And there we go. I need to change this, the one at the top extrusion. Needs to be the granite. I think I overextend one of them. So I'm just going to I could just change it later on, but basically it should be the other way around, but that's good enough. I would like to have, let's go back to section, and then I'm going to extrude. So model in place, generic model, and I'm gonna pick this one to extrude it from, but this will be a wood material. Apply, okay, and then from here all the way right here it will be, I'm gonna 25 shelves. There we go. I want 25 as well. Then I'm gonna copy this there, SL, and then trim and extend on all corners. And then click finish, go to 3D, and then just extrude it more. And then we could just add in a back there and change it a bit. Click on finish. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 7 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to start creating the bar. Now we're going to continue working on this. I'm just going to select this. I'm going to interchange the materials right here. So I'm just going to select that, put this one right here, click apply, select this so that we could get the materials right here. So I just change it, and we're gonna continue working on this. I wanna create the kick plate, so I'm just going to select this again, model in place, edit, and then I'm going to select this. I'm gonna create a void sweep. I'm gonna pick the path, which is right here, and then click finish, go back here, edit profile, and then create your void. I'm gonna do 100, and then this one should be 50. Click finish, and then finish, and then click cut geometry. It will cut right there. Also right here, kick plate on this. So select that again, edit in place, void sweep, pick the path, which is right here. Same goes here, go back to modify sweep, edit profile, and then select the shape that you want to. And then this is 100 again. And then let's do 50 right here. Click finish, finish, and then cut geometry. We're not yet done here. We need to add in the doors. But what I want to do is to add the same thing right here. But instead of having a post, we're going to add a beam here and then the joints. So now let's go back to ground. I'm gonna create a section going right here because I want to select this part right here. So now click on model in place. Hold on, but before that I want to actually know the materials that we add here. So I'm just gonna select this, copy it so that it's easier for me, and go back to section that we have right there. And now we need to add a model in place, and then generic model. It will be a simple set, pick a plane, which is this wall, and then extrusion, change this one to the same material that we have right there. I want it to be crossing right here, so I want it to be right about there. So it will be, it will basically, so I'm gonna use align. It will be on top of that. And then here, I'm just gonna put 200 and then grab it from that wall. So go to 3D, grab it, and then here we're just going to have it like that. The same idea right here. Now we're gonna create this part. So another section or we could just go from ground like that, or we could do section as well. I think section is much better. Here I'm just going to create the same thing. Actually, I want it to be a little bit at the top, so I'm gonna move this one. So I'm just gonna create it first and go to 3D. What we could do as well is align it so that everything is aligned properly. We could have this one change like that. Something that looks like that. And then from the section again, we're gonna create a void extrusion, set it. We're going to pick it from this spot. Same idea that we did. So I'm just using this, changing. I'm going to drag this one a little bit. There we go. And then trim this one. And then click finish. And then here we need to go to 3D and then create a cut. And we're not yet done. We need to copy this. So let's go to our second floor, and then we need to use array and then click on last, and then this one, maybe we could put this one at 15. So I'm just estimating. So the problem that we have is it's not arraying to this because it was done at the top or on the side. So we need to actually clean it or delete it. I'm just going to delete all of that. We need to model in place again. Unfortunately, I wasn't paying attention. It should be on the top portion, and then we could just, it shouldn't be on the side basically. So I'm going to add this one like that, put in the same material, click on finish, go to 3D. We need to have it there, and then in terms of the other one, just the beam, it needs to be on this part. So I'm just adding it there. Extrusion, pick a plane, click on finish, go to 3D, and then here we could just move this one. You could use align actually to have it put there instantly, and then go back to section, and we're gonna void this. So void extrusion, pick a plane, this one. Use that. And then just change it a bit. And then trim this one and this one. Click on finish, look at it at 3D, expand this, and then cut geometry. And then let's do the array. This will be last, and we're going to put 15. Let's grab this and then add this one right there. You can move this one a little bit. And that looks good. We just need to add the void form, and let's get the void form again. Add it there, and I just want, there we go. We could just move it all the way to the wall. There we go. And then cut geometry. So I'm just holding on the control so that we could cut it immediately. So basically what you do is you have to select or click on cut geometry, select the void that crosses everything, and then hold on it, and then now hold on control and then select all of this. So now that looks good, and then we could click on finish. So now let's go back to ground floor. I just want to add like the door, the cabinet doors below. So here I'm just going to move this around in the middle and double click on this. So that's section 2, and then we just need to add cabinets right here. So I'm going to select that in place. We know that this is glulam 32H, so I'm gonna copy that just in case it doesn't give it to me automatically, the material. So now create extrusion, pick a plane. I'm going to select this plane, and then here I'm going to put 10, and then change this, click apply, and then here we need rectangle, 10 offset. I'm going to select this one first up to here, spacebar to change orientation from outside to inside. And then now I'm going to add something right here in the middle, and then offset this 10, and then we could just move this centrally in that location, copy, $400, copy that, another 4, and then basically just adding all of this. There we go. And then here we're going to add multiples like so. And then here as well, same goes. And then offset this to 10. And then offset this again. So different ways. And then the last thing we're going to do is SL. Split all of this. So this will be the one that is taking some time. So I do the ones right here first, so that we don't miss anything, and then we go from below to above, because we need to slice all of this so that once we're trimming everything, it will leave that gap. And go above there. Okay, so now TR to trim and extend all of this. And then let's go below first. And let's not forget this also here. And then let's click on finish, and luckily we didn't forget anything. If not, it will let you know. So that looks good right there. I just want to do another section right here. I'm gonna move this. I just want to see how it looks now, how it's stacked. We can still move this if we want to. And then our shelving is really nice there. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 8 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish this one. As you can see, we have our cabinets here, the doors, and then the pergola. Now we're gonna continue working on this. I want to finish up the one in front, and also I want to add grass around here. So I'm probably going to use the same floor. So the grass, that's floor 6, and then CS on that, select that and CS. I'm going to use the pick line, and I'm going to pick line around here, and at the same time I'm going to create around here. So it's gonna be easy for us to extend everything once we trim and extend. So here, TR on that, trim here as well. So I'm just going around here. I'm going to extend this one, and you want to make sure you're in ground floor. Click on that. Now we have the surrounding. We're just going to create the road first, and then let's do something for the gate. So I'm just going to click on floor again. We're going to change this to 8, duplicate on that so that it's 9, edit, let's create, or let's select concrete, one of this one, press OK, and then just go and create something like this. I want to actually edit this boundary because I want to add the one at front. I always like to add something in the front so that you can take a picture on that with grass. So that's why I have this one and then the road. And then after that, let's create a section. Actually, we don't need to because we have a south elevation right here. This is the elevation tag, and we have something that looks like that. We have the front gate. Let's go back to ground floor, and then we're going to type in SL to split this, because I want to split right about here, and then our gate would be long like this, and then delete this wall, and then if we change it a little bit, we just need to pull it up or connect them. So right now this is looking good, and then we could go back to our south elevation and create our stuff. So let's start. I want to increase this a little bit. So I'm gonna select the entire one. So right click on this, select all instant in entire project, and then here I'm gonna change the top offset to around 1500. So I'm just increasing it a little bit because I feel like it's kind of low. So now that's 1500. Let's add in, go to architecture, model in place, save it first, and then look for generic model. And then here, let's set and pick a plane. I'm going to pick the plane right here. And then let's create an extrusion. And then here, we're going to add probably this one first. Let's select the material, which is metal. Let's use one of this, apply, OK, and then select here, rectangle, and let's start adding. Let's give it some space. So you know what, I'm gonna delete that. Click on rectangle and then offset this to 10, and then space bar to give it some space. So that's good enough. And then here, offset this again. This is around probably 50. And then space bar it to change it from outside to inside. And then here, let's put this one to 50 as well. Click apply, click finish, go to 3D, or go to ground instead, and push it back. There we go. And maybe half of the wall size. So it will look like this. Next thing is we're gonna add some grills right here. So we're going to create an extrusion, set this one, pick a plane, and select this one right here. And then we're going to create an extrusion like so. Click on finish, go to 3D, and then pull it upwards like that. Go back to ground, select that, and then we could use array, and then here put it to last, and then estimate probably 20. Let's put in 20, and then grab it and then put it at the end like that. Click on finish and then press OK, and look at it at 3D. That looks good. I like the spacing and everything else. So now let's do it on the gate. I would probably create like 2 big gates. So go to ground, and then here go back to architecture, model in place, and then actually we could go to south elevation, select this one, edit. Let's create the frame first. Same thing, let's just leave it like that, offset this to 10, and then spacebar. We're estimating the middle, probably this one, and then make it 50, and then spacebar again if it's going on the other side. click on finish, go to ground floor, push it back again, and put this one in the middle like that. And then create an extrusion again, set, pick a plane, which is spacebar to change, and then there we go. Let's add it right there, similar to what we did. We can make it a little bit big just to change it up. And then here we could just click on finish, go to 3D to stretch it out before we do an array. There we go. Go back to ground, select this, and then click on array, and we can put this one probably 40 is good, and then put it on the ends like that. Spacing is good as well. Let it work, and we have something that looks like that. What we could do now is edit this one, and then select this, and then copy it. Put it here, and then let's look at it. It looks good. It looks fine, and just click on finish. And at least we have our gate already. Let's go to our south elevation because I want to add in our model text. So here, select under architecture, select model text. We're gonna put in our number, pick a plane, select this plane. We could put in our number, which is 07, and then add it right there. And then here we could edit, duplicate. We could just put Arial. The 600 is the text size. We could just put this one into 200 just to minimize that one. And here we could change the material. Let's put this one in a metal material. Let's use this one. Cancel that. Click apply, okay, and then the depth probably around 25. And then let's look at it. That's fine. So next thing I'm gonna do is let's add in the mullions right here. So let's go to architecture and then mullion. What I want to do is change this to the 50 by 65, and then actually before that, curtain grid first. So the curtain grid, the separation of each and every one of them. I'm just snapping it. It gives me the middle and the 1/3 of the overall. And then go back to architecture, click on mullion, all grid, and then just select those. There we go. That one is selected. We have a pantry there, and then obviously I'm gonna make this one nicer. I'm gonna add probably, let's do it now before I forgot. I'm gonna select the curtain wall, CS on that, so that we don't need to look. And then I'm going to add something right here. CS. Let's put this one right here. Move this one a little bit. Go right here. Go to modify, cut geometry, select the wall and then the curtain wall. And then here we could add in mullion and then grid line. All grid right there. And then here I want to add the entertainment. So let's go to insert, load family, and then furniture. We have storage and then entertainment center, CM on that. So I'm not sure if I was able to load this. Click on open, CM, entertainment center right there. Add it right here. Let's add this one first. Double click on that. And then here, let's put this one on the base of first floor. And then here, we need to put this one, this height should be at 2800 because we're going to have a floor that is 200 in thickness and it will be placed right here. So I want it to be floor to ceiling, and then here click on tab in order to change it to that 3650. I want to change the width 3650. Apply, okay, and then we just need to align it right here. And then let's change the center width. I want it to be 2000 or maybe 1500. And that looks good. Let's go to first floor. I want to load the TV. Go back here, flat screen, click on open, zoom in, CM on that. I'm gonna put it right here in the middle. Go back to our section and then just place it in the middle like that. You can use align as well. And then here, let's change it to probably the biggest size that we could add it there. So I'm happy with that. First floor, I want to rotate this. So this one, rotate 90 degrees on this side. So we could type in 90 and it will rotate. I'm going to move this one a bit because I want to add like an area here for, so here's seating. We could push this one right here. I'm thinking of making this short or little. And then here, what I'm planning to do is select this one, put it on the other side, and then I want to have a heater right here. So click on architecture, model in place, generic model. I'm going to create an extrusion first. Pick a plane, this one. I want this to be around this 2800. I want the whole of this wall. I want it to be stone. Let's use rubble, and then 10 right there. After that, create an extrusion, pick a plane, and then here I want another extrusion on right here. But I want something that is notch on this side. So on something like an electric heater here. There we go. Change this again to a different stone. We can use this. This one should be around 400. Click on finish. You could see it in our first floor. I think that's good enough. Let's put it at 350. And another extrusion. Set this one, pick a plane. On top of this, we're just going to add the glass. Gonna use that, and then use rectangle. And then trim and extend, and then delete this one, and then trim and extend here. Click on finish. I want to see it on the section. I want to pull it down, and pull it down like that, and then move this one up to this one. So if we see it in 3D, it will look nice like that. So we could add fire on here, and then even a TV on here. So that will be nice. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 9 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish off the gate, and then we added also this one. Now we're gonna continue working on this. Let's go to our first floor. because we're going to create our kitchen. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put this one right about probably here for now, and we're going to flip this one right about here, and then we're going to add in our base cabinets first, similar to what we did here. So now let's go to architecture, component model in place, look for generic model, and then press OK. Here we're going to create an extrusion from our first floor. So that's our work plane. So that's why we don't even set it anymore, knowing that we have it there. And then here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create an L shape. I want it to be at least 700, and then here as well 700. And then we could push it a little bit here, and then here let's trim this one by using TR, and then we want it to be up to 900. And then let's change the material. So let's go to wood again, and let's use one of this one, so Chara. Click apply, OK, select that one, copy, and then click on finish. And then now actually we shouldn't just click on finish again, because we could create an extrusion, and then this one we need to set it. This will be the top of this one, and then it will be 25 only. And then in terms of material, I want it to be a stone material. So let's look for a stone, and let's use Tavernine. I believe that's the only thing that we haven't used yet. And we could use this pick line so that we have this one right there, and then trim it as well. So now if we go to 3D, we have something that looks like that. We're gonna create the void form, and then we're gonna use sweep, and then pick path, and we're going to pick this path, click on finish, select modify sweep again, and then edit profile. And then here, select rectangle, and we're going to create the same kick plate, 100 for the height, and then 50 for the depth. And then click finish, and then we could select finish again, and then select cut geometry. So finish, finish, and then cut geometry. So we have something there. Let's click on finish, because what we could do now is add in on this. So I want to add in the void form for the sink. So let's go back to first floor, go to insert, load family, and then we need to go back to plumbing, architecture, fixture. We have sinks here, and let's look for the triple. Press OK, type in CM, spacebar to change orientation, and we could probably just leave it right about here. Press escape, escape again. We're gonna use this view now. We're going to pull it up a little bit, align it, so AL, align it all the way there. Go to first floor again, and then now we need to select this, edit in place. We need to create a void form. We need to set this one, pick a plane. I'm going to select it on this one. Click on a void extrusion, and what I usually do, use rectangle, and I go over the ones that are going to be void so that we could see the background right there. Click on finish. We could put 0 there, and then here at the end negative, I don't know, 400. Click on finish, go to section, so edit this one again, select that, and we just need to pull it down more, and then cut geometry, and as you can see, we cut it like that. We're going to add in something right here as well. So that one is done. We can click on finish. We could move this one right here and double click on that. We're going to add in the same component. So I'm going to edit this type, extrusion, pick a plane, which is this one, this plane. Change this to Jara, I believe Jara. That's the same materials that we have right there. And I'm going to create a floor to ceiling. So this will be 2800. Take note, 200 minus the 3000. That's the height of the first floor to second floor, minus 200 because that's the thickness of the second floor. And then here, offset this to 25. 25 is too small, maybe 50. And then here we could just add something like that. Like that. So I'm gonna offset this to 50. I just want it to be consistent, and then SL on this, and then trim and extend. Okay, click on finish, go to first floor, pull it like that, and then click on finish. What we could do is we could add in the fridge right here, and then I want to add something right here as well. So I just want to double click on here again, and I want to see if I could just move this one a little bit. I want to have maybe the oven right here. I'm going to align it, so something like that. We have something right here, and then I'm just going to create something, the case, and then the case right here, the background. Pick a plane. I'm going to put it right here, same thing, 10. So we have a background, then finish. Select that again, edit. I'm going to have this one, pick a plane again here. I will create a casing for this one right here. Click on finish, and then let's go back to first floor, pull it up like that, and then click finish. Go back right here, go to insert, load family, and then let's go to specialty equipment, domestic, mid-range, and we have those ones right here. So I'm gonna look for the best one. So we have a high end as well right here. I'm gonna use this oven double, and then let's use this CM. So we have the oven right there in the middle, and then we're going to pull it up, something like that. Then we need to create a void form for this, so we need to select that, edit in place, create this void extrusion. We need to pick it, and let's select this, and here we just need to void an extrusion right here. We're going to look at that one, move the all the way right here, and click cut geometry. Go to 3D if you want, so that everything is visual, and then click finish. So that's how it looking now. Looking really good. I want to add in the fridge, so we're gonna look for a fridge that is nice, different, and big. I'm gonna use this one, CM, add the freezer right about here. And let's not forget if we could remove the show, or remove the label basically. We don't need to know what are those. It's basically showing everything anyway. And this one, we're going to create a casing as well. So we could select that, and then here, let's select here, edit in place, and then extrusion, pick a plane, and we're gonna select this one. Select this one right here, align it on this, select, make sure everything is good, and then this one is 2800, and then create one more so that we could delete this SL and then trim this off. Click on finish, go back to first floor and pull it outside like that. Click on finish. I want to align this one right about here. This one, if you want to show it, change it to fine. So the handle will show. So now it's looking good. What we need to do is go back to our section. We need to add everything right here. So we need to add doors, and then we like it if we could add in panel like. So we're going to edit again, create an extrusion, pick a plane. I'm gonna select this one first, select this, and we're just basically going to make this one nice. Give it some nice distance. So maybe I'm gonna put 5, align it on this one, and then offset this to 2.5. And I just like to have those beautiful separation of panels. And then let's remove the one in the middle. And then now SL on that. And then TR to trim and extend. And then click on finish as well. So if we look at it, that will look really good. And obviously we're gonna do it all around. Click on finish first, and then if we go to our first floor again, I want to go right here and maybe finish off this one as well. So they're in the same model in place the way I wanted, so that we could just use the same, pick this one, same everything in terms of materials, align it, there we go, offset this to 5, and then align this. This is 5. I align it to the corner right here. And then I'm probably going to copy it. CO. Copy it to the corner. And then align it on there. Align it first there. But we could just add it there. The one in the middle. The one in the middle here as well. And then middle right here. And then put 2.5 to have that same gap. And then delete the one in the middle. SL, give it, remove that, SL on this, SL on this one as well, delete this, and delete this first, and then slice this one. And then TR, trim and extend on everything. And then just click on finish, and let's look at it in 3D and how it looks. That looks fine. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 10 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were already started the kitchen. Now we're going to continue working on this. I want to finish off the base doors first. So let's go to our first floor, and then by using our sections, we're going to apply all of those. So select this one again, edit in place. We need to create extrusion, and then we need to set our plane, which is right here. After that, select rectangle and then 10. We're going to add this one first, spacebar, so that it's going from the inside. And then right here, we just need to add our divisions. So this is the midpoint. And then I'm thinking of maybe 400 on each. So let's put it at 350. So this one, it's kind of hard because I'm contemplating around I usually put it at 400, and now around 350 it doesn't look nice. So I'm going to maintain the 400. I'm gonna delete all of this, and the one in the corner is the one that I will just leave it because it's in the corner anyway. So here I'm gonna select that, copy, CO, select this one. This will be around 410. 410 because I'm gonna add in the separation. There we go. And then 10 offset on each one of this. And then SL, the one at the top first. And then we're going to add some drawers as well. So this is not yet done. We're going to splice it more. So here I'm going to add, and then this one can be 2 drawers, and I think that's good enough for now. And 10 each for the split gap, and then here just adding those. You want to make sure it's the same material, Jarrat, and then it's 10 extrusion. So trim the one at the top, and then I'm gonna do this as well. And then do the top portion. If you want to undo, Control Z. And click on Finish. And let's look at it at 3D. That's looking good. And we're gonna do it on this side as well. So let's double click right here, section 2. And then here we're going to push this a little bit more on the side. And then here select that, edit, create, pick a plot, and then here I wanted 10 as well. Same on all of them, spacebar to go in front. And then here I'm going to put this one in the middle right here and set it up like that. Copy this, 410, and then at the same time here 410 on all of them. And then add some of this, and then put an offset on those ones. And then now SL, don't forget this one, 10, then SL. I hope there's a faster way of doing this, but if you think about it, this is the fastest way. There's more work to be done. You just need to do it. And then trim on all of them. Let's do the top first. And then if we have something like this, this one I'm just going to hold this back a little bit because I know that's the corner part, and usually you don't put any, you just put some coverings there, but in terms of door you don't. And then now click on finish and check it out in 3D. Everything is looking good. Next, we're going to put in the top. So same, let's go to section. Here we're going to set another one, generic model. Extrusion, set it on this plane, which is this wall now. And then an extrusion, this one around probably 450. And then we change the material. So another wood probably material. Let's put mahogany glossy. And then I want it all the way at the top. And then we need to give some space. So around this high is good enough. And let's not forget, this is actually, so I'm gonna delete this. I think it's the best if we put it in our first floor so that we get all of this instantly. So I'm gonna set this to our first floor, and similar to below, from the base offset, it's easier for us to just add this. And then here we're gonna put it at 450. select this and then trim it. After that, go to one of your section, you pull it up, and that's easier to do. And then at least you have everything already there. Then at the same time, we have this one's right there. We could put in our extrusion again. And then here, I just forgot what are we doing here. It shouldn't be this one, the one that we chose earlier. Another wood. I think glossy is the one that I chose. Click finish and then edit that one again just to be sure. I want glossy. I just forgot what we did. It's maple glossy. Extrusion, set, pick a plane, and then here we select to be sure, and then change it to maple. There we go. And then now we add the same thing, same process for this spot. Space bar again. This one I could do 550. And then copy it. And then do the offset. And then SL on the top first. And then on the bottom. I'm trying to splice it or split it on one side of it so that I could just trim and extend on this side, and I know I don't need to do it on the other side to make my life easy and to make it faster. So it just goes right here, and if you notice I only did that one, split it on the other side. Click on finish and then finish again. Check it out in your 3D. That is looking good. We just need to create one right here later on, or why not right now, since we're here. Edit, select that, edit extrusion 10, and we could just add something right about here, AL, and click on finish. And We're not going to be able to see that properly, but we could just move this one nicely like that. And then let's go to section 3. We could create the same thing. Pick a plane, this one as well, maple glossy, and let's do the one with the offset. We just forgot to space bar it. There we go. And do the 550. To make it consistent. And then 10 offset. And then copy it. And then SL. Do it again at the top. Hopefully you're getting practice on this one. I know it's repetitive, but to make yourself faster in the future, you need to keep on practicing. TR. And the top as well. And click on finish. The maple glossy, it looks nice actually. And obviously once we're in Twinmotion, we're going to change all of those. At the same time, we're going to add in a backsplash. So set this one, pick a plane, add it to the back, and then this one, change it. We need something. We already we haven't used the slate yet, so I'm gonna use slate. Just go at the back right here, click on finish, go here in section, add the same thing, pick a plane, and then slate is already there, and add it as well. Check your 3D. This one can be moved, so don't worry about that. And then something different, I want to case this off. So what I'm gonna do is go to section 2 again. I want the same thing on the side and right here at the top. So extrusion, set, pick a plane, and then choose that one. I want something right here, and then something that goes right here. If we put 10 as well to be consistent, delete all of that, trim and extend, and then we could extend that later on finish, go to 3D, increase that. That looks good. AL, I want to put it on the face, so I'm just putting it like that. And then go to the other section, create an extrusion, pick a plane, set this one, and then do the same. Make sure you use rectangle. And do that. Make sure this is 10. And then delete this, trim and extend. And then click on finish, go to 3D and extend it again. AL on that and to this face. I want to double check what we did here. Looks like we did good. Click on finish 3D on that. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 11 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish the top cabinet on our kitchen. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So let's go back to first floor. And then here, we're going to create the island. So now what we're gonna do is click on component, model in place, and then look for generic model. Press OK, and then press OK again. And then here we're gonna create an extrusion, and we're just gonna leave it at setting on the first floor. So we're just gonna click on extrusion, pick on the rectangle. The extrusion should be 900. And then here we're going to change the material. I'm going to select the wood material. And then I'm just going to choose one of this. And then here, let's create the rectangle. I'm estimating at the moment, so around this one. So we could put this one around 1300. So that's correct. And then this one should be around 3000. And then we're going to space it out. Like so. And then obviously we're going to extend it more because we're going to add in some chairs right here. So I'm going to push this a little bit on the left a little bit. So if you want to copy mine, it's around 1300 from here. So that's good enough. So I'm going to click on finish. And then look at the 3D. And we have something that looks like this. What I'm planning to do is to have a granite top that is a water flow effect. So basically there's a counter, so those same materials on the side as well. So we're gonna click on that and then click on finish. Luckily we already have a section right here, so we could double click on that. So I'm gonna select the section. So we have double click on that, And then here, we're going to select that again and edit in place. We're going to create, and then we're going to extrude. And then pick a plane, which is this plane. And then here, we could just put 500 for now. And then we're going to push it back. So we're going to work on that later on. And then here, I'm going to choose concrete for now because we ran out of stone material that we could pull up right here. But don't worry, once we're in Twinmotion, we could set a proper material on that. So select on this, click on or create a rectangle like so. And don't worry, we're going to change that later on. We're just going to add those ones right now. So align it on the bottom. Select this one so that this one will move once we put in the dimension, which is 25. We could align this onto this and then select this line to put in 25. So whatever you select, that's the one that will move. So select on that, 25 again, AL to align right here. And then we're going to select this one to clean it up. So TR, trim and extend right here, also here. Select this two, delete, TR, trim and extend on this. Once we're done, click on Finish, go to 3D so that we could visualize it much better. Push it back like so. So we want it to be flush like that. And then here, we're going to pull it back just a little. So around 250 on that. If we watch it, or if we check it out in first floor, that's perfect because we will have an overhang right here because we're going to add a chair. So this is the leg space for that. We're going to select, add it there, CO to copy, and then let's just copy the chairs. And then we would like to space it off like that, much better. Okay. So now that we're good with that, we could actually push it back a little bit more. As you can see, that's too much space. So just estimate it for now. And I think that's perfect enough. Obviously, we need to add a bar height chair on this. As you know, this is not a bar height chair, but I just like to use this because this will represent that bar height. But usually it's around 37 to 42 is the bar height inches though. So now we're going to add in cooktop. So here, go to Insert, Load Family, go to Specialty Equipment, Domestic, Mid-Range. I don't think it's right here, so let's look for it. We do have a cooktop right here, but we could actually check again. So Specialty Equipment, Domestic, in the high-end section. I'm sure there is, this one is big enough. So I'm going to put the 900 because we have a lot of space. And then we could put this hood island right in the middle or where it stands. So as you can see, range top, you also have something that looks like this. I would like to add this one This one I haven't used, so I could just load that CM. So range top, we're going to probably add it on this side, and then go back to section, and then let's look for it, and then there we go. I just want to look how it, so it's actually other way around. So we could just go back to first floor, rotate it, RO, and then rotate it 180. And then I don't like to show the label, so select that, apply OK. And then in order for us to show everything, you need to have this unfine. So here we could push this one a little bit more on the edge, and we might drop it a little bit. So here the grill will show. I just want to see it so that we could assess where it should be. I don't want it too high on the counter, so I'm gonna pull it down a little bit. Maybe we could align it. There we go. And then let's look at it in 3D, and that looks nice. It's a little bit on top of it, and that looks nice. Take note that we have to include something right here because we need access on that. So we need to add some form of door there, so something that looks like this as well. Also, go back to first floor. We're going to insert the hood. So hood island, click open, and then CM on this, and then here we could just add the hood somewhere right here. And then let's go back to section. We need to pull it up a little bit. So what I do is I hold on shift, so basically that's negative. But once I see what I'm looking for, what I do is I select that, and then unselect all of this, and then pull it up. So basically I'm filtering it. I'm thinking, is this the front or the back? So looks like we're correct. We just need to pull it up in the proper height. Most of the time I just push it all the way up, something like right here, and then you can actually just increase it. So I put it in the middle so that it doesn't overlap right here. So if we go to 3D, it will look like that. So that looks good. Make sure there's no label. It's up to you if you want the label, but for me, I don't need the label to show what it is. So now we need some cabinets on this side. So we could actually select this and then flip it on the other side. And then here, we could just create. So if we go to section, now it's looking right there. We can select this one, edit in place, select this one so that we know what's the material on that. Click on extrusion, and then we're gonna pick this plane because we want to add it there. And then now select the rectangle, make this 10, and then make this 10 as well. Select on that corner, spacebar, so that to change orientation from the outside to inside. Press escape, escape, and then we create, so this is the midpoint, and then we could just add something like that, and then maybe middle right here, and then middle right here. I'm just estimating the size right now. Obviously, if you want more, you can increase that and just estimate if you want to. And then here we could just change the offset to 10 again, and then add it in whatever side you need, and then SL. And actually, before we do that, let's add some variation again. I want this to have right here, and I want this to have 2 drawers, and then offset this to 10 again, and then SL. Now split element, split it to whatever side you want. You can even put it in the middle if you want. I'm gonna put it in this side so that I could just do it on this side now. Just a fast way of doing things. We can do it right here as well, just to make it easy for us. Same goes to the bottom. We're gonna do it anyway, so might as well do it on one time. But here we already did it, so TR, trim and extend. So we did do it, we put it in the middle, so that's why we need to do it like that. So here we just do it on one side because we clip it on that side. So basically that's already trimmed to the side it wants. This one is right here as well. We don't need multiple trims. And then here on this side as well for the bottom. And there we go. Click on finish and then finish again, and let's look at it at 3D. So that looks good right there. What I do next is I want everything to be, so this one, for some reason it got the concrete, so let's just put it back onto this one. So it should be Glulam 32C, Glulam actually. And then here we just need to click apply, and then it got fixed. AL, so we're gonna align the face so that everything is flush onto this side. So I'm just looking for this one to be highlighted, so the face. So now that looks good. So everything is added there. So now we need to click finish. I want to add some handles. So if you go to the second link on part 1 description, there you can actually download the one that is called handle. So you could just download that, and then once you download, it will be in your downloads folder into your computer, and then you just need to drag and drop. So once you drag and drop, as you can see, it's a face-based family, so any face it could be attached to. I did that so that I'm not limited to what I could attach it to. So right now I'm gonna spacebar to change orientation. As you can see, I'm gonna add it right there for now, so that once I go there using section, I can see and I can add it or just copy it. So here as well, as you can see, I could put this one right here on this side, and then as you know, this one should be on a different orientation similar to that. So that's what I'm doing right now. And then here as well, we could just add it face like that. For the drawers and the cabinet, we need to face it on this side. So let's go to section. Let's start with this one because it's already here. So might as well do it. I just need to double check what we have there. So I'm just gonna put it like that. This one, I want it to be in the middle. So I'm gonna look for the midpoint of this drawer. There we go. And then I'll pull it down. And then from there, I could just copy it from that corner so everything is consistent. This one, we still need to look for the midpoint. Drop it like that. Make everything consistent. And then copy it on the corner. So the spacing is a little bit somewhat right there. And then here we could just copy, or we could just estimate it with the look. Copy it right here, add something right there, and then right here. So I'm just adding it like that. We can now go back here so that we could start adding on this side, and then here we could just flip it. So actually we could just flip it right now and do it on this side so that everything is fast. MV, look for the midpoint, and then drop it a little bit below. Copy it. CO to copy. Obviously we're not going to add it there. We could add it right here. And then copy it. CO on that. Move it again into the corner. Move it like that, and then copy. Here we could just put this one like that. CO, copy there, and then here, easy to copy something right here. And then here we could make one, 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 and then one on that. So let's just create, copy it here. And then once we're done, copy on those corners. I'm just going to copy it right here and somewhere like there and delete it. And then we're going to do it on the other one. So double click on that. We could select that CO and then copy it like that. CO and that. Actually delete it. I think it's faster to just do it like that. Select that CO. And then copy it, CO on that. And basically we're gonna do it on this side. I'm going to align it so that everything is aligned right here. Looks like that's aligned, so I'm just gonna copy and then eyeball it. CO on that, copy, and that looks good. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 12 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we already finalized the kitchen, and I believe we can start going to our second floor now. So now let's go to second floor. And as you can see, there are parts right here that is shown from the first floor. That's because our overlay, it's turned on. So here, so underlay range base level is first floor, top level is second floor. So looking down, the underlay orientation. So that's why we're able to see whatever's below here. But that's good actually, because we want to see where our walls are and all those stuff. And if you notice, you'll be able to select whatever's under, and you can also use CS on that. But at the moment, we're going to select the exterior wall, CS on that, and let's add it. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add it from B1, which is right here, all the way to B2, going down to C2. So this is the areas that we are actually overlying. So here, this is C5 going up to here. So we still have this one right there. And then right now we're going to go all the way to G. So same idea where we have here. And then it's actually, once we're in G6, we're going to add a little bit, so around 1200 going down. And then go back to the line or grid line 5, which is right there. And then go back to this wall right here, which is grid line G, so G5. And then we're going to go here. So going to the left side, type in 3578. And then go down here, same here, 1200. And then go back here around 4250. And basically going around here. So we could just align it right about here. So let's align it there. At the same time, you could push this one all the way to this line. This is grid line F, CS on that. And then here, we're going to go all the way to F1 and then close it off. So that's basically the layout of our second floor. And then now we need to select the interior wall. So here I'm gonna CS on this. And as you can see, we could connect this one right here. Luckily, we did all of the walls in the same thickness except for the one for the closet. So it's easy to connect. We don't need to basically move the faces. So now here I'm going to select that and then go basically around here, around the stairs. And I'm going to actually align this. So AL. So that's the maximum that it go to. And then basically go across here, and actually we need to close this off. And then here, let's trim this one and then delete this part and then move it all the way right here to connect it there. So this one should be an exterior wall. So that's actually the correct one right there. There's only one notch here, not everything. And then here, I'm going to push this one. So I'm just editing this one. This one should be around up to this wall. You can even align it to this face. So I made a mistake a little bit there. And then here, I'm going to select that. CS, like I said earlier, should be around 4250. So, and then CS on this, it needs to connect on that. And then TR, trim and extend, and then trim and extend right here. So we got a notch here as well, and then a notch here on the entrance. So that's fine. And then here, what I'm planning to do is to have an opening. So the opening, we can actually add it now. So select that, CS, and then we're going to open this up somewhere right here up to there, and then I'll give you the dimension. So around here it's supposed to be 4700, and then here I'm going to select this one and put it in the middle. This should be around 5130. So the opening is under right here, so the living room. And then we have the family room right here, so we're gonna leave it like that. And then after that, we're going to extend this one up to the E grid line. Select that, CS, and we're going to add up to here, and then you want to connect it to the exterior wall like that. If you guys want, we could turn this off, but sir, yeah, let's turn this off so that you guys can see what I'm trying to do. So there's a room right here. So we have a room here, and then we have another 2 rooms dividing here. So for the extra room, this one should be, so select that, CS. I'm going to actually add under D, and then select this one. I'm gonna grab this temporary dimension, I'll put it in C, and then we can put it at 2120. So that's correct right there. And then we're going to create a corridor here, CS, add this one right here. So we're going to put this one somewhere around 1200 would be fine. So 1200 right there. That's good enough size. We can actually make it 1400 because I don't want it to be too much right there. And then I want basically a washroom for the 3 of this. So I'm gonna add a washroom right here, which we're going to take care right now. Select that, CS. So we can have a washroom around 1600. Obviously, we could extend that one later on. 1800. This one should be around 3000. And obviously, we can extend this a little bit more if we want to. This is just a temporary dimension that we're adding. And then, so basically this is, so we could actually add a detailed line to indicate that this is open below. And you can actually put a text. So click on this one, text, 2.5, open below. There we go. So that's very important to add. So at least you can envision what we're trying to do. And then here, what we could do is we could select this wall, CS on this, and then we could actually add something like that. CS, add it there. Just checking, around 1400, so that's good. So we have a washroom ensuite here for the master. So we have a master's right here, and then we could, here is the entrance. We could have a balcony right here, and then we have like a small living room right here, or family room that we could add here as well. And then we have 3 bedrooms. We have probably the common washroom right here for all 3. So we could, if I decide something, we could add 1 here. So only 2 person will choose to share this, or we could have a common washroom that they could access both. So depending on what we want, we could do that actually. So that's something that we haven't done before, so that will be very nice to do. So let's add the doors so that we could see how it looks and how it goes in and out there. So let's go back right here under property, and then let's turn on the underlay again. So base level should be level or first floor, and then here, as you know, we have our doors, so I'm going to use that CS, and then we could place it to the location that we have. Once you add one, you can turn it off so that it's more visible. So here I could just put it on this side, CS on that, and then let's add it right here. This is where I want to add this one, and then we have the access for this one, and then we could also have something right here to flip it, and we could access the washroom right here. And then for this one, obviously we need to add it right here. And then we could add this one right here. I'm planning to add it's either here or here, depending on how we want to set up the washroom that will be accessed on both of this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open this a little bit, or just leave it like this. We're going to add the washroom right on this area. We might get something right here as well. So we could take a space right here. And then we could just move it a little bit like that. So this one should be around 2000. And in terms of how big it is, around 4000 is good. So I'm just adding it there, and then it's either we put this one onto this side, or this will be where we put the closet. So either or, we're going to have this space, and then obviously the bed will be on this side. I'm just going to push it a little bit at the top there. I want to just give a little bit more space right here for the bed and everything else. And then this closet, we need to close it off. The closet right here as well, we could just close this off, and this will be a closet. So now we have something right here. We could add in, so CS on this. I want to add the washroom right here, and then we could access the door right here as well. And then we will have the shower right here. I want to add the sink, oh sorry, the toilet right here, and then the sink will be on this. So I'll try to make it double sink, so to make it, just to change everything up. And then we will have the shower, and then here as well. So at least we have one washroom shared by both of this room. And then we could just change it whatever we want. So now I just want to finish off by adding the, so I think what we could do here is we could open this by using wall opening. So I think that's the best one for here. And then we could have this one, and what we could do is we could open it on one side like this, so that we could maximize the space, and we could add in some shelvings right here. And also on this part we're going to just actually gonna undo that. This one also have the same look on here. I'm gonna put in an opening, wall opening, but this one is too big, so we might just add a door instead, a closet door. And then here we could just add in, so let's turn off or on the underlay, first floor, and we could add this one over here. So we're going to move this one all the way right here, and then this one CS on this, closet right there. And maybe instead of door, let's do the closet as well, sliding door, so it looks nicer. And for this one, let's leave it like this. I think that's good enough. But will it fit the sliding door? I don't think it will fit. We might have to change it a little bit, but or edit that, but I think that's good enough. And then let's put it to none again, and we could just add some lines. So select that CS and put it in demolish, so that we could add in some lines to represent that. Add it like that, and obviously we're going to add more on those. And then here we're going to basically change that as well. CS on this, and then select that CS, I just want to change this placement like that. And then here, what I'm planning to do is change this to an exterior, because this will be an exterior wall. CS on that. This will be a walk-in closet, and then trim and extend on this. This will be around 1800, and we will put a balcony right here. I'm thinking of making it probably 2000, so that we could have a walk-in closet right here. So what I rather put around 2200, because a small balcony is more than enough on this. So I'm just gonna put it right that. We can even extend this if we want to. I'm gonna use a line to give it more of that. And then obviously we're going to add in I'm gonna push this one right about here, because I want to extend this and create. So this one shouldn't be. I'm gonna put an interior wall, and then this interior wall will have an opening. There we go. And we could delete this now and just extend this part, and then extend this part. And I believe you just need to add this. And then we're golden. So that's looking good. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 13 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to start the second floor. We added some doors, and then we also created the closets. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add in the beds first. So in order for us to make it fast, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn on the underlay, which is right here under properties, and then we're going to put it to first floor, because we already added some of the beds. So here I'm gonna select the queen, CS on that, spacebar, and then just add it right here. So it will be added on the second floor. So don't worry about us adding it on the first floor again. So because we're in the second floor, it will automatically be in the schedule for the second floor. So now, other things that we need to add is the nightstand, CS on that. Let's not forget that we're going to add in some lighting on that. So you can add it later on. Let's finish all of this first. Let's add this one as well. This is the toilet. So CS on that. I'm gonna add the toilet right about here. And then let's add in the shower. CS on this. For the shower, I'm gonna put it right around here. So definitely we're going to change it and then put it in the right width and depth. So don't worry about that. And then here, I'm going to put in the sink. I'm going to add it right about here. So to sink. And then actually we can even move it more right there. So we added everything else. So I just want to double check what else are we missing, and then just keep on adding it on those. I would like to add the entertainment system as well. So spacebar to change orientation, and I'm going to add it right about here. And definitely we can extend those. And then the TV as well. Why not add the TV? Click on tab in order for us to grab it from there. And then let's put it in the middle and then turn it around. So that's good. And then maybe the sofa as well. CS. Let's add the sofa right here in the middle. So that we're good. And I believe I'm happy with maybe the desk as well. So might as well add the desk. And then the chair. Okay, so now I believe we can turn off the underlay by putting this to none now, because we could basically move this one under the correct space. This is perfect on this. We have enough room, it's not crowded, and obviously we're going to add in a lighting there. Here we're going to include the tub. So insert, load family, go to plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then we have bathtub right here. And let's use the 2D only. So CM, and then we could just add it right there. So that's perfect enough. We don't need to. Let's just put it in the middle. And then here we need to change this. So click on tab, and then we want to make sure that we have the proper size, and probably up to here. So now we have those dimensions. We need to edit type, duplicate this so that it doesn't change on the lower or the first bedroom. And then here what we could do is we could change this to 1241, and then this one is 1463. Click OK, and then there you go. It is fixed there and fit properly. And then let's not forget the line, thin line right here. We could just add something that looks like this, and we have more than enough space. So that's good right here. And then obviously we're going to add in our a sliding door here. So it will be one of those curtain wall that we're gonna change to a window, and then that window we're gonna add in a curtain wall door. And then here let's add in the beds on the others. So here we could add a bed right there. And then here we could add one more bed. And then here we could add in another bed. And then here we could add in the entertainment system. Actually, we could just leave it like that now. I want to hide the sections, so I'm just going to select them for now, and then right click and then hide element. So I'm just hiding those for now, and then we're going to add it later on. So now what we could do is we're finished right here. Let's put in the shower onto this side. I'm gonna put it right there. Obviously that's not the correct size, so we're going to just add those. Once we add those, we're going to change the dimension. So before we add in, let's look at the dimensions. So I'm just adding that, and then I'm just estimating this one to around, maybe around like that. Okay, so edit, duplicate again, and then here let's put in the 1600 first, and then here edit, this one should be around 1000. I think 1000 is good enough size. We have enough room right here. Plus anyway, it's by itself actually. And if you notice, we have the common washroom right here, so we actually don't need to give this one for the other. So we could just flip this one right here without anybody's access. I didn't saw that on the other or from the previous video, but at least we caught it right now. And then here I'm just basically making everything good. And then here we could add in a table as well. And then the chair, because we have enough space. And then we will have the entertainment system right here. And then here we're going to add this one as well. Obviously it's not the correct fit, so we need to know that fit. 1800, so edit this type, duplicate again so that this one doesn't change, 1800, and then press OK. So that will change there. I'm gonna add in this one right here, and then because there's two people sharing this, might as well add two sink, and we have the space for that. And then there we go. So that looks good. Everything looks proper. We have the beds, and then let's take care of the nightstand. So here we could just add it on one side, and then here let's add this one on each side first. and then move it to the proper location. And then here we could just grab it there. There we go. And then this one, we could just have it there, or we could have it on one side. So either way, it's up to you where you're gonna put it. And then let's load in a lighting. So go back to the main, go to lighting, architecture, let's go interior or internal, and then we have one of this table lamp. Press open, CM, and then add it right here for now. Now I need my section, so I'm gonna undo the hiding. So you basically just press this one, close reveal hidden element. So you need to unhide those element and then close. So we hid it first and then we showed it afterwards. So here I'm just gonna move this one right here, flip it, and we could double click it to show how it looks. So we're in the second floor. So I just want to show you guys how I find the proper height. So AL, that's align. Select that one right there. AL, and then put it right there. Then obviously there's like something right there. Because this is circle, we cannot actually align it unless we get this one. I think this one is, yes. So the proper height on this one is 762. So now what we could do is we could just select that CS. Like I said, once you CS something, you inherit everything that is edited on that. So we don't need to add those and then edit the offset or elevation level. It will be definitely right there already because you see as the ones that has it as well. But if you just add it, CM again, and add this one, if you notice, some of them won't inherit the height. So you will need to change it again and those kind of stuff. So you just need to take note of that. So now what I would like to do is add in the floor. So this will be tricky because we have an open below. So we're going to go around it. At the same time, like I said, we will have a balcony right here. We also have a balcony right here. So that will be a tricky situation. But right here, we could just click on the floor now. Edit type, duplicate. This will be floor number 10. And then let's edit the material. I like to add, so I'm gonna add probably clad white first because we haven't used that. And now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use pick line to go around this one. So I'm just selecting all the ends. Here as well, you need to be extended. So right here, we're going to go around here. So I'm thinking if we should go around and then just add another one right there, or we could just extend it and then change it to whatever we want later on. So I'm still contemplating. I'm just going to clean up this ones that we have right here. So here, especially in this part, we don't need it because, as you know, this is the stair. So this needs to be open. Here we need to actually undo that. We need to go around here. There we go. This just needs to go around. We don't need to want to show it. And then now here, I'm thinking of just adding it later on. So I'm just going to add this one, the balcony. I'm just going to extend that balcony right there. And then here, I'm going to add the balcony as well. So I'm going to extend it as well. I think that's the right thing to do. This one right there. And it's going to be easier for us. So if we need to change it, we're going to change it definitely. And then this part, we don't need to show this part right here. I'm going to move this one a little bit as well because it will be shown on the edge of this. So what I'm gonna do is, once I have it there, flip it a little bit at the top. So I've been sending stuff to Twinmotion all the time. That's why I know that anything that is overlapping will flicker, and that's why there's like flickering in Twinmotion. It's because of this, like overlapping stuff. So now click on finish, don't attach it, or else you will have a gap between first to second floor. So just click it on that. We have the floor. We can change the floor, the one below. Usually I want it to be obviously onto the, we could add a different flooring for the washroom, so by using paint. So we could do that later on if we want to. And here, luckily we don't have anything that doesn't look good. So good thing we have it there, and that looks good. So let's stop here for now, continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you like the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 14 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finalize the second floor. Now we're gonna continue working on this. I want to add windows. So I'm gonna go to second floor again, and then click on wall, and then drop down, use curtain wall. And then here, we're going to add a curtain wall right here. And then we could add a curtain wall right above here, because we have basically we have an opening here, and it's better to have something that is overlooking. And then here we're going to have a curtain wall right about here as well. And then also we're going to add something in here. Obviously we need to add one right here as well, because we have an opening right here, and then right about here as well. You want to make sure that it's from the inside, so if not, flip it by using your spacebar. And absolutely we need to make this smaller. So for now, let's select that, edit, duplicate, and then we're just going to put this one around probably 2400, and then the width is something like 2500, this one 100, and then depth is around 400. So I just want to make it smaller so that we could add in something right here. So some windows right here. So we could add this one right, and then here as well. Window here. And then right about here. So we could just edit that later on, how we like it. At the same time, now that we're in second floor, we could add in the roof. And as you can see, we don't have the roof yet added. So what we could do is go to second floor, click on roof. We're gonna create and duplicate this. So roof number 1, make it all cap. Press OK, edit this one, thickness to be 200, and then material, let's change this up. Let's make a clad duplicate, apply OK, and then OK. Before we add it, make sure you uncheck the define slope and change the base level to roof. We're using the second floor so that we could see everything right here. And then I want to select everything that is having that exterior. So here, and then we're going to trim it out once we finish this one. And then here we could add it there. Click right here. And then now let's trim and extend, TR. Go to every corner. Make sure you have every corner checked. If not, Revit will let you know anyway. So for sure I missed something, but let's see how it looks. This one should be pushed right here. Click on finish, and then here it's showing that it's not trimmed yet. So delete this, pick this one. Click on finish. Let's see in 3D how it looks. So it looks like that. Now we need to highlight all the exterior walls. So I'm going to just put my cursor or my mouse arrow right here and then click on tab. it will highlight all the exterior part. Select that, and then here put a top offset of around 400. There we go. And as you can see, we created a parapet. It's weird that we have a different or a wide roof. You can basically change it by going to modify and then click on paint, and then obviously we could put asphalt shingles and then select the face. So basically only that face will be changed. The one below here, it's still clad white. So now what we can do is go back to section, and I want to open the windows now. So click on modify and then cut geometry, and you want to make sure to cut all those. We could actually add a window right here because we have a lot of space there. And then just double checking, we could add it here as well. So might as well add it, and then click on cut geometry again, and then add it here. So it's good to have windows right here as well. We could even change the windows to a smaller one, so we could design it later on. I just want everything to be shown cut, and then we could change the heights. So at the moment it's too high, we could drop it down. The one that with balcony, obviously we're gonna leave it like that on the bottom, but from the height we need to pull it downwards. So we're gonna maintain all this height. This height would be the height for all of them. So it's easy, but the one that is below that will be changed for sure. So AL, align, grab the height there, and then right here as well. Oops, AL, and then right here. And then here, obviously we need to pull it up. This one we're gonna leave it like that, and we have something that is shown at the top there. That's perfect. That will be a lot of light coming in there, so the room's gonna be bright. And then let's grab this height right here for this one. This one I want to design even more, but like I said, first let's fix everything, and then here just leave it like that. This one is for the, I want to actually push this one all the way below, and then cut geometry on that as well. So click on cut geometry, select the wall, and then the curtain wall. The curtain wall is all the way. The only issue is I want it to be wall mounted for the stairs. So I'm just gonna undo that, leave it like this. because I want the stairs to be wall mounted. And if we have a window there, it won't be. And then this one is the one of the washroom, the ensuite washroom. Obviously, it shouldn't be all the way down. It needs to be like that. So I'm happy with that. We could just push this one down. So we're fixing all the models now. AL. Obviously, it's not yet fixed on all of them, but one by one, we need to do that. Here in second floor, we need to SL slice it, similar right here, because we need to drop it down. As you can see, it needs to be cut in order for us to pull it down. And it doesn't make any issue for us. This one as well. This one should be just pull up like that. And then this one needs to be pushed a little bit more so that it covers this one. So I'm gonna fix that by putting in the underlay again, first floor, and then now we will be able to edit the boundary and push this one all the way right here. Click on finish, don't attach. And actually I want an access here as well, so we're going to AL copy this one as well, because I want an access for everyone for this. And then here we could pull this one down, and then this one should be pulled down as well, so that they're not overlapping. I'm definitely double checking everything, but for now it looks like that. I just don't want this one that is still over there. I'm probably going to push it all the way right here instead. I think that's the best move. Edit boundary, push it all the way right here. Don't attach. I think that looks much better now. You can use this as well. Attach top base and select that. It will clean it up itself. And then here we need to clean this one by using align, selecting the one below, so that we'll fix this part as well. There we go. So that those are fixed, making sure that everything is aligned. This one, there shouldn't be an offset. And then let's go back to second floor and then hide the underlay to none. And what I'm gonna do here is, let's go to architecture, railing, and then we could use the pipe and then add this one right here. Click on finish and then do it again, add a railing again, and this one we need to add on this side. And click on finish. So definitely we need to change this. I'm going to edit it now. And then baluster placement. We need to make this one bigger. And then preview. I want the square instead. The smaller square. And then click on apply. And then here, top rail, we want it square, so that's squared already. And then railing structure, change this one to another square handrail. I think that looks much better. So here we could just copy, Control C, and then Control V on all of them so that we don't need to look for it. Click apply and then OK. So now it looks much better because it's squared. I like it much more. So that looks much better for me. And we have the same theme on that. So here we could just click on that again. Obviously this one needs to be down like that. Anything that is showing there, except for this one, and then we need to edit that later on. But for now, leave it like that. So at least we changed the baluster and all of that. And then here we could push this back if we want to, or we need to add a decoration or decorative set. I believe because of the tight area right here, I think this one looks much better if we just put it like this. We could edit this and then just add the one right here. And then trim this one. Click on finish. And if you can see, that looks good as well. So might as well do that. We can edit more and push it back a little bit more. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 15 of this house build. Let's get started. So in this video, we're gonna continue molding this and adding more design. So what I'm gonna do first is go to our south elevation, and here what I'm gonna do is I'm going to change this. So I'm gonna delete the railing first. It's because I want to add in a nicer um, view right here. At the same time, I want to move this one a little bit more on this side, and I want to edit this boundary. It's because I feel like that we need to minimize this a little bit. So I'm gonna trim and extend this, and trim and extend here. Click on finish, don't attach, look at it at 3D. So it's still looking like that. I like to increase this boundary up to this wall. I just want it to be flush right there. And at the same time, so once that flush, I'm going to pull this one down. And join element. So I'm going to leave it like that. I think that's good enough size. And then pull this one back a little bit. Also, I want to, because we have this entertainment center right here, I want to move this one like that, and then just create a copy. And then cut geometry on this. And then we have something that looks like that. And obviously we could center all of this, something like that. Here I'm going to delete this one because there's too much right here. We could probably put a storage right here as well. So instead of having another one like that. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to my south elevation now, and basically I'm just going to extend that so that it's not in our view anymore. At least it's pulled down like that. And then now I'm gonna do is go to architecture, model in place, and then generic model. And then we're going to add an extrusion, pick a plane. We're gonna choose this wall. And then here, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to choose this one around 200 right here, and then 200 at the top. So make sure that we have 200. You choose the one that you want to move. This one, you need to delete that. Select this, and this one should be on here. There we go. And then TR, trim and extend right there, and delete those. Make sure to change this to around 600. We're going to extend that anyway later. And then in terms of material, we could put one of the clad whites again, duplicate that, apply OK, and then click on finish. Go to 3D to see how it looks. AL, align it from this end, now one, and then there. So it will look like a box. And then we need to go right here. What I'm gonna do is, yeah, let's just do that later on. Let's just click finish. Go to second floor and fix this one right here. And then there. So we have something that looks like that. This one, let's fix this. Not too much. At least a little bit showing like that. Let's look right here. That looks fine. Another one. Let's add something right here. So model in place. And then this one should be generic model again. Press OK. Extrusion. Pick a plane. I'm gonna choose this one. And let's select this. Select this. And then offset 200. Space bar. Select it right there. Change this to a material. I'm gonna choose copper and then duplicate that. Copper because I can be able to look into that once I have this one. So I just need to basically differentiate everything. That's why I want copper to look. I'm gonna go back to south, and what I'm gonna do is I'm going to extend this one all the way at the top. And let's look at it at 3D. The only thing that I don't like is it's showing the one at the top. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make it 400 instead. Edit extrusion. This one should be 400. So 400 on all sides. There we go. Click on finish and then finish again. And then let's just navigate it on that. Pull it somewhere there. Move it to the corner. Same goes right here. Pull it up and pull it down. That's looking good. And then here we could select the copper, same. So what we could do is I'm going to select the copper on this face. So we need to go to paint, and then let's look for the copper one that we created. So copper one, add this face right there on this face, and here the one below we need to basically split face this. And then let's look at it at second floor so that we determine the separation. So I'm gonna choose this right here, and then from here click on finish, go back to 3D, and then here we'll be able to select the copper again, only on that face. There we go. And then I'm gonna change this one. I'm gonna choose plywood. for that part. And then a different material again, maybe softwood lumber on all of this part right here. And I'm thinking now, instead of this one, I rather put something different. So let's go to second floor, and we have a curtain wall right here, CS on that. I'm gonna add it right here and right there. Also right here, CM or CS on this. Right here. So basically we're gonna make this one attach on that. Okay, go to 3D and just pull it down. You can estimate that if you want to. AL on that, and then AL on those as well. AL. There we go. I think that looks much better, having those glass instead. Wanna see how this one looks. I know this is too much, but it's really hard to make a corner on this. There we go, that's the corner. And then we have a corner right here as well. Let's look at 3D. That looks good. So now let's add in the grids. So here I'm just going to add to divide them. Make 3 here, 3 as well. So basically it snaps. So I can determine that this one can be snapped. And then here, this is too much, so I'm gonna put in a 500 on top. This one, we can put 3 as well. This one at the top, 500. And then add the one in the middle. This one is too big, so let's add 3. And in order to add a door, what you need to do is, so we need to add the mullions first. So 50 by 65, add all of them so that we're already covered right there. Add those and add that. And then you go here, insert load family, and then we go to doors, and then we have single curtain glass. Click on open, what you need to do is select the panel. So once this is highlighted, select that, drop down right here. It will be loaded. So we have the single right here. And then there we go. But you need to delete the one below because no door has that. And then you do the same thing right here. So I'm gonna put it right maybe on this side. Select that, drop down, single, and then the orientation, you need to go to second floor plan in order to do that. So here I want it to be on this one. Drop down, curtain, and then delete this. And then let's go to second floor to change orientation. Flip it right here, flip it there. And then flip it there. This one, flip it on this side and there, going out. Let's save it. And then here, I just want to differentiate as again all the materials. So what we can do is go to ArcCAD or modify, pick paint, and then we need to separate. So this one, for example, bamboo weave, I know we haven't used that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use this one to differentiate those. And then some of this as well. Textile slate blue on this part, so that we know we differentiate those. Don't forget the ones that are on those ones. We need to change this as well. So paint, I think this is sash, and plywood sheeting. So make sure when you're changing stuff, you'll be able to remember what you used, because it's very hard to differentiate. So here as well, let's change this. So here, what I'm gonna do is I just want on the inside, not right here, because this is the whole panel. So what you need to do is split face this. So once you split face that, as you can see, you'll be able to, you can draw and then you can pick this one. There we go. Once you do that, you're only basically only on this part. So now once you click that, I'm gonna use paint stripe so that we could determine that we did it perfectly. So now instead of being chosen to be paint on all of that, you only choose on this side. And maybe we should change all of this, but I'll think about that. I want to change this, but it's too much already. So I think that's good enough. Maybe I'll choose everything to be metal. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 16 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add all of this. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is actually go around and add the preferred materials that I want to add here. So specifically on all of this area. So what I want to do is to go and click on paint. I'm going to use metal panel and I'm going to add all of this here. And as you can see, we need to add all of it. Right there. And right here as well. And then what I'm gonna do here is the same one. So metal panel. So I'm gonna add maybe another metal stud layer. I'm gonna choose a metal stud on this one. So just to differentiate. So metal stud on this one, and right here. So those are metal stud. I want to make sure that this one is attaching properly. And if you notice, if I click on paint and here, the one that we extruded, you cannot add paint. What you need to do is select this one, edit in place. You need to go inside the edit place in order for you to pick on and select that. So that's the way that you need to do when you have an extruded part. So I want maybe oak flooring on this side. And then obviously we could just leave it like that. So I believe I want to put this one into metal panel. I think metal panel is best on this part. And then metal stud layer is on this one. And all of this is different as well. So I believe we've finished on this one. Now what I want to do is to add something here in front. As you can see, it's just looking plain. So we need to go to ground. And we need to add some something different right here. So now we're going to add some floorings. So click on a floor, edit, duplicate. This will be floor number 11. Edit type, change this material. I'm gonna put in a concrete material. We have abundance of different kinds, so we could just add those right there. And then let's create something of a rectangle. on this area, around 1000 probably. And then here 1000 as well, and then 1000 right here. Then obviously we need to round out, so align this for now, and then using fillet arc we could round this out like that. Fillet arc on this one as well. And then fillet arc on this. We can leave it like that. We have 400 here and 300 here. Let's make it consistent. A little bit 400 there. There we go. That looks nice now. So now let's offset this to probably 50. So we just need to go around and put 50. There we go. And obviously we need to trim that afterwards. And we're going to add grass on top. Make sure this one is 0 offset. We don't need that on the height offset right here. But we could use it on the grass. So now let's look at it in 3D. So this one, we need to basically add those 200 on top. We could put 100, maybe just 100 is good enough. Yeah, 100 on those. And then we could then add in the grass. So the grass is the same one like this, CS on that, and then add pick line. This one we could put 100 and probably 20 for the height offset. Click apply, and then let's look at it at 3D again. So that's looking good. We have our grass, and then we could add in some decorative pieces. We could move this one right here, add in some stuff here. I want to edit this one, edit boundary. So now this one should be the sidewalk. Yeah, around 1500. Click on finish, and then we could create another floor. So create another floor, edit boundary, duplicate. This will be 12. another concrete material. And then just put it right there. 0 on that, apply. Sorry, this one should be 9, and then another floor is 12. There we go. Something very smooth and nice, just as a quick separation on that end. And then just double check on part 1 description. It will be on the second link. You could have this spotlight. So I'm gonna add those spotlight right there. I'm gonna add one, and then I'm gonna add it on those right here as well, and then right here as well. So I'm gonna add those now, and then later on so CM on that, add it there. So let's go to our ceiling plan, first floor. Let's see, this one showed, so I'm gonna just going to add it there. Copy 800, copy again, make sure multiple is turned on. $800 as well, and then let's look. There we go. This one as well, put it in the middle, copy, multiple is already checked. 800, 800, 800. There we go. And then we could just at least move them centered, something like that. And then this one as well. Let's move this one right here. Maybe we could just align it AL so everything is consistent. Copy that. 800, 800. So we have it there, and then we want to add it on the second floor as well. So maybe the roof, second floor is not showing. Let's check the view range. I want it to be unlimited. So there we go. I want to double check if we really have it there. Yes, we have it right about here. Just one of that. And that is this one. So we could just copy that around 2000, think that's good enough. Two of them showing. Copy. I want to put it at 1000 each. There we go. Select invisible view and then just put it right there. And then we have this fog light. I'm gonna add this one as well. I want to add it right about here so that we have a nice source of, I don't know if it's fog light 1 or 2 or 3, but let me see. This one is fog light 1, I believe, and I want to check fog light 2 and 3 as well. This is 2, the square one, and then the 3 is the small one, and I believe the 3 is the one that I want. I'm gonna put it right there. I want it facing like that and facing the wall, and I'm just gonna add it somewhere right here, and then probably around 1500. I'm gonna put it in the first part description as well. So use fog light 3. And then as you can see, it will just give us something nice on our wall right here. So once we're in Twinmotion, we're gonna put a spotlight there and it will illuminate this part. So that's what I wanted to do. And then I just want to fillet this one, or not fillet, but split element this one as well, so that we could basically have this one right here, and then on this one as well. So that once we paint it again, metal panel, we'll be able to put all of that there as well. There we go. And also on this part, we need to do that as well. So split, choose this one right here, and then split face this. And then here, get all of that. And let's not forget to add a roof there, so ground floor. I just want to know this one is roof CS on that. Ground floor, yes. So let's put it right here, and then let's put it at second floor. Add it right about here. Click on finish, go to 3D, and we could pull this one down. So this one should be base offset -400. There we go. And then paint. This one is asphalt. Asphalt shingles on here. So I believe we're done with this one. What we can do next is, in the next video, is to prepare the sheets. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 17 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish everything, like adding all the materials and setting up all the models that we want to do. Now we're finished on here, but before we send it to Twinmotion, I want to set all the sheets. So what I want to do is go to here under sheets, right click and click on new sheet. As you can see, A0 metric is already preloaded. If you need any more of the title blocks, you can go to load, and then here under here there's more title blocks, and you'll be able to load any of the title blocks right here. So at the moment, I like my A0 to be shown right here. It's already pre-loaded, so I just need to press OK. But for example, if you need any one of this, you just need to load them and it will appear right here. But right now, I'm just gonna set on A0, click on OK, and then from here, I'm gonna assume I need a cover page, first, second floor, elevation to elevation. If we want section, we could add another one. But so 5 sheets in total. So right click here, just keep on clicking A0 OK, and then it will be in sequence as well. So as you can see, we don't need to change any more one of that. It will recognize that what we need. So 5 sheets that I loaded, and then you'll be able to change some of the unnamed, or you can rename them by simply clicking on here, and then you can put all caps cover page. Press OK on that. So we have our cover page. Another way of changing this one is double click on here, and you'll be able to zoom in here, and you'll be able to change this one. So first floor. And then here, you can put ACD, whatever name you want, name of the company, and then the project is GM House. That's the name of I want to put on that. So with that said, all of this is already automatic on other sheets. So here, I'm just gonna keep on renaming this. This will be second floor. And then here we have our 2 elevations. So most of the time I just change it right here because it's faster. I don't need to double click and then change right here. So that's how I like it. It depends on you if you want to change it on individual sheets like this. So we have our all sheets right here. What I want to do is actually go to our ground floor. The reason for that is I want my cover sheet to have a rendering. So here we have our ground floor. For some reason, it's not showing everything. So I'm going to change the view range to unlimited or associated floor. Unlimited, unlimited. And for some reason, it's not helping or setting it up. There we go. So now what I want to do is just click right here and then use a camera view. And then I'm going to click on view right here. It will create a view, a 3D view. And this is the view that I want to do. You can hold on shift and then you could rotate it as well or pan it out. And as you can see, it's rotating the view a little bit facing right here. So that's perfect. I always want to find so that every detail is showing. And then here, it's up to you. You want consistent color, realistic, or just hidden line. And what I like to do when I'm using hidden line is click on right here, graphic display, and I like to add not the shadow, but the background. I like the gradient color of the background. We could add this one, jitters, extension, cast shadow, ambient shadow, and it will look like that. So you could extend this so that it jitters more, extension for the lines. So it looks like it's been sketched out. And as you can see, it looks nice. And then we could actually render this if we want to. So in order for us to render, what we could do is go to our view, and then we could render this. And for me, I'm just gonna use draft so that it's faster, because obviously I'm not gonna put in high and then we're gonna wait here for long. So I'm just gonna put my rendering to draft, and I just want to show you guys how you will add it on the view or our sheet. So once it's done, it will look like this. And as you can see, it shows whatever we want on the rendering. So whatever we set up on the rendering is being shown. So now I'm gonna save it to project, and I'm just gonna call it whatever it has. So it will create another rendering right here. So we could go to our cover sheet or cover page, and then we could just drag and drop. At the same time, I don't want the name there or title, so no title. You could double click on that and then extend. So you could span it to the sheet that you want. You can make it bigger or smaller depending on what you want. So I'm just going to leave it like that. Double click again right here. And again, on my cover page, I want to add the drawing list. So I'm going to go here, schedules and quantity, right click on that, and then new view list or sheet list, actually, new sheet list. Go down right here, click on sheet number first, place it on right here on the left side, and then sheet name, place it on the right side. And then here, we could sort it out right here. Formatting, appearance. I don't like blank row before the data, so I'm gonna uncheck that. Formatting, we could change that later on once we see the appearance. But here, text title, I want it to be a little bit bigger. Header text 3.5, and then body text 2.5. So from big to small, press OK, and then now it will create our sheet list. Now we could just click on that. We're in our cover, and then drop it like here. You can change this to we can put it at drawing list. And then there we go. And then here we could maximize the spacing so that it doesn't look crowded there. So here, I'm just gonna put it right there. So we have all the sheets and then all the information right here. You can put all the schedules that you need as an architect. You put window schedule, door schedule, and those kind of stuff. So it will have, and then you will have those building code matrix, those kind of stuff. So just you usually put it in the cover page. So now after that, let's go to our first floor. And as you can see, it's blank. So we're gonna simply drag and drop it. And for now, we're gonna see how it looks. It looks small. We could increase it. So right now, the standard is 1:100 on metric. So we're gonna delete it first and then go to first floor. Here in first floor, what we could do is increase it by 1:50. So by increasing it, once we go back to first floor and we drop it, as you can see, it increases, but there's a lot of space that we don't need. So let's delete this again, go back to first floor, and then what we need to do is check all of this first. Click apply. Once you do, you'll have this crop region that you could put your cropping specifically on the areas that you need to do, because we don't need all of this information right there. We only need this part. So we could just concentrate on this, and once we go back to the sheet and then drop the first floor, as you can see, it fits perfectly. Obviously, we need to put it more at the top so that we could have our title below there. And then even if you put it right here, it will follow along. So the grid line will follow along even if you cut it. So here it follows along. So you don't need to do it exactly. If you think that there's enough space right there, you could just put it more right there. So now, first floor, as you can see, it fixed itself. We could put it right here. Click here first. Make sure to press escape before you clicking, because it's continuous as well. So press escape. I want to fix this, so click here first, and then get the handle so that it's just right there. So now, knowing this now, this square right here is not visible in the drawing. So it's just to guide you along. So, but if you don't want it there, just uncheck this middle part right here under extend. That's the crop region visible, and click apply. It won't be shown right here. But even though if you leave it there, it won't be shown anyway. So just to let you know. So now we go to second floor, but before we put on the second floor, we need to clean it up similar to what we did on the first floor. So now, put it in the proper scale, uncheck all of this, or check all of that, and then move it to the space. And here we have enough space that we don't need to show everything. So here I'm just putting it like that. And then after that, uncheck this visible, go to second floor, and then drop in the floor plan second floor right here. We put it in the middle, press escape, select this one to move it right here. Select this viewport again in order to grab it right here. So there's a lot of steps in order for you to grab this. So you want to make sure that you press escape and then you click on the view in order for this one to show. So it's grabbable. Press escape, escape, And then if you want to grab this and move it around, you could just click once and then click again and then grab it. So those are the steps. When I was started my architecture career, those are the things that I get irritated because it's actually it's not simple enough that you could grab everything right away. It's more on the steps, but step by step. So now here we could go to our elevation, but before we go to our elevation, we need to clean it up first. And then let's grab east elevation. Let's see how it looks first. And as you can see, it's small, but we can make it nicer. Even the north, it's small, and we can make it nicer because it looks bland if it's just like this, hidden lines. So now we go to east. What we need to do is increase the size again. So 1:50 is what we need. Crop it first. Click apply. And then crop it again. And then here, go to fine. And then hidden line is already there. Graphic display. So we do the things that we want to do right here, especially this one, because it looks much better. And then if you want some shading or shadow, you can click on that as well. And then you can show depth. And then sketchy line. This is the jitter and extension lines. So that looks nicer as well. And then we leave the lighting and then the photographic exposure. So we need to do that on each and every one of the elevation so that to maintain consistency. So now let's go to north. Change the scale first. Check all the extent. So crop view, crop region visible, and then the annotation crop. Change this to fine, and then here visual is already on hidden. So we just need to put in the shadow, sketchy line, somewhere right here. Depth queuing, show depth. Background is gradient, and then click apply. And then why not uncheck this so that we don't see the region, the crop region. And then let's go to south as well. Scale first. Check all of this. Crop it. And then click to find graphic display option. Check the shadow, sketchy line, around 3. Dip queuing, background to gradient, apply, OK, and then uncheck this. So that's good. And then lastly, we have the west elevation. Scale that. Fine. Graphic display. Sketchy line. Depth queuing, and then background. Click apply, OK. Uncheck this one in the middle. And then we're ready to put it on our elevation. So let's go to A104. Put in east first. and then north. That looks nice. And then A105, go to south, and then west. So we're done with all of our sheets. Now what we can do is, I'll show you how to print it. But before that, as you can see, we have so much turned on, or we have so much view here, so we could clean it up. So just clicking here, everything will be closed except for this one. Make sure to save it first, and then let's click on print. So right here, you want to make sure that you want everything to be combined, unless you want everything to be separated. So I'm just going to combine. Once you click this, this will change right here. So make sure you select all the views and then put this one back. And then after that, go to select and then click view. And then right now, what we have to do is check everything. There's also ways like selecting that, hold on shift, select here, and then you'll be able to select everything. But I want to create something that once I have everything, or if I want to print the full set, I'll be able to just click it right here. So here I check everything, click on save as, and then I'll put it as full set. So this will make your life easy. If you want to just, for example, all the floor plan only, you can save that again, floor plan. So you'll be able to save different kinds of preset. So here I want only elevation. So most of the time you have multiple drawings that you will find here. So it's easier to give them a set. So right now we need full set. So once you put that, if you uncheck view, it will go to full set. And then floor plan only, it will only selected the floor plan. So you set those stuff up so that it will make everything easy for you. So now full set, press OK. You don't need to worry about this because it's already set to whatever title block that you have. But if it's not, you will need to go to properties, set your printer properties right here, and you'll be all good. So now click on OK, and then let's just wait for it to be printed. I'm going to put on my desktop or right here. So GM, let's put it right here, GM house. And then click on save. And then once you're done, we'll be able to see the printout. And then we have something that looks like this. So we have our this one, first floor, second, and then all our elevation. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 18 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to create our sheet. Before we send it to Twinmotion, what I want to do is actually just extend our sidewalk right here, and I want to do something else. So here, go to ground floor, select this one, and I want to increase the offset to -50. After that, click on edit boundary, and then let's give it some space, so around 2500. So click on finish, select this one, edit boundary, align it, AL, align it right here. And then after that, let's edit this one, edit boundary. Let's add in a line for this floor. And then let's give it some space. And then SL in the middle. And then now we use our fillet art. And let's add another one like that. I want to be accurate and 1500 and consistent. For some reason it's not selecting me to do it. So I'm gonna trim and extend first and then fillet it. There we go. 1500, and then now TR, trim and extend on all of this. So that's done right here, but this will have some gap. So if we double check again, there's going to be a gap there. So we just need to add the same material right there. So this one, CS on that. So floor number 12, select here, pick line right here, and then we just want to add right here. So trim and extend right here, and then click on finish. Let's look at it at 3D, and if you see it, we could just add the same one right here. This is -50. Let's put -50 as well on the offset. So now it looks much better, as you can see. And then here, we just need to put this one like that. So this one we need to modify the sub element, and then here go back to maybe, yeah, let's use it on the third, and then we need to pull it down. Modify this one. Add point, add pick support. So for some reason it's not working. So I just want to, so let's select that again. Click on modify, select that, and then let's put it at -100, and then this one as well. You need to select this. For some reason it's really hard to select that, even though I'm selecting the tab. It's not helping. There we go. -100. So there we go. So this one is offset to 30, but -100. Let's just put it right there. Pull it back. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to edit the boundary and then go back to ground floor, because I know some right here is not yet covered. So I'm gonna edit and then pick a path right here. So I'm just gonna create it. I know on this area it's not yet covered, so that's why we're creating this, or else there's gonna be some space there. And then click on finish. We're going to modify this as well. -100. And then here we go again. -100. I think that's good enough. We can worry about that later on. If it doesn't look good, we could just edit. So for now, I'm just gonna leave it, because we could just extend whatever we need to extend. -500 if we want to right here, so that it doesn't show any gap. And right here. I'm gonna do the one in the front as well. So I just want to make sure that there's no gap that we need to be concerned of. So I'm happy with what we did here. Now what we're gonna do is maintain in 3D, delete this, and then save. You want to make sure that you're in fine before we go and send it to Twinmotion. So now click on C in Twinmotion and wait for it to synchronize and load on the Twinmotion app or program. So once you have it, just click on New Project, and as you can see, we have our project loaded right here. And obviously we need a lot of work. What you want to do first is save this. So save it to the location that you want to, and I'm gonna save it like this. And then after that, let's sign in to Epic Games. So once you're signed in, if you have your information already loaded once, it's just gonna be easy like this. But if not, you need to log in again and all the information that you have, password, and then it will be like this in the future. So now, after that, I'm gonna go to our settings right here, and then here we need to do a couple of things first. First, let's go to camera, make sure parallelism is turned on. Go back, actually go to visual effects. I always want mine to be blue tint, so it's up to you if you want to do it the same way as I do. So now, after that, rendering, if we turn this on, I want to be it on low first. Let's put this one to high, and then, oh no, low first, because we're going to keep on sampling everything anyway. I want my denoiser to be turned off. And then we have Ellison filter, and that's good enough. Around Firefly to be around 12, something like that. So I'm gonna set that one first for now. Once we're in rendering, path tracer on, and then lighting, environment, I want my backdrop. So let's set that first as well. Let's not use exposure first. And then this one, what we could do is turn off this one for now. Select the backdrop. So you can go to more. And then the height, let's lower this a little bit more. And then if we want to rotate, let's rotate it depending on how we want it to be look. I'm gonna set it like this. And then the intensity, let's do that later on. So here I just want something that looks like that. Side, let's make it a little bit big. And then weather on, that's fine. And then after that, let's change the materials first. So let's go to materials. I usually do the glass and then two-sided. And then once we do the two-sided, opacity up. And then I want to change it to around in the middle as well. And then opacity around the middle as well. So that once everything bounces, it will look nice. After that, we need to set our materials. Again, let's go to metal. I want my metal paneling for the house so that it looks really nice. I'm gonna set this one, or not this one. I'm gonna change it to maybe this panel, or not this one. I want to see how it looks first. That's why I keep on adding it. I'm going to change it to this one and then scale it a little bit like that. And then in terms of color, I want it to be gray. And then reflection, obviously metal reflects a lot, so around 60. So that's fine. And let's see how it looks. And then here, I want this one to be metal, wood. So wood material. Let's increase this. And then reflection around 40. And then this one, actually let's change this to same right here. That looks nice. And then another metal material. This one should be just gray. I want to see how this one looks. Doesn't look nice actually. And how about this? So I'm gonna select this one as well, or maybe a different one. I'm gonna go back to that, and then here we have copper. I'm gonna change that to something black. And then here I want to change this to black as well for the aluminum. So it looks really nice on that. And then in terms of this wood, maybe it's good as well right here. Or let's just change it to a stone material, or maybe concrete. I like this pattern for the concrete. So metal, concrete, and all of those combined, it really looks nice. And then we have stone as well. So we could choose this one. And then this one as well. Same. So that looks really good on that. And then let's choose a concrete for this. Let's choose the ground, man-made, and then concrete right here. I'm gonna maybe lower the lighting. So that's looking good. I'm not sure what material that I do here. Gypsum wallboard. So that's fine. I just need maybe a material for wall covering, matte paint, or maybe satin, and then make it gray. So that looks good. And then here we need to turn on the metalness, and then make it like that. Similar here, metalness on, which is it's already on, and then make it like that. And then now for our material for our border wall, choosing one of the stone right here. Maybe this one will be good enough. And then scale it a little bit. Maybe we could just manually put it 20 or 40. So it looks like that's the maximum that we could do on this stone. So for some reason the stone is only on that part. I want to blend it definitely, so the scaling should be similar. So that's good. Okay, so that's why it's not changing because of that part. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 19 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to send from Revit to Twinmotion. Now we're going to continue working on this. And as you can see, we already set up all the materials. One thing that I want to change is that I want this material to be on this material as well, so that everything is consistent. And then my reflection, I'm gonna lower it down. So after that, I'm just gonna put this one right here so that everything is consistent, and I don't want to change that in terms of different materials again. So at least I want this consistency. I'm also going to increase the scale on this one. So that's fine with me. So what I want to do here is to focus on adding all the trees and the surroundings so that it will look really nice, and it will look much better. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to open up my scene graph and then click on material picker. So once we do, or we could, not the material picker, but you could just select this. So basically we put everything in grass and also on this spot. So what I'm gonna do as well is to select all this. So holding on my control button, I'm selecting all this with grass because I want to add grass on those parts. So now I'm gonna right click and then isolate on and off. So now everything is showing. So now what I want to do is go to my contacts and then vegetation paint. Here I'm gonna go back right here and then click on grass, and I'm going to add different kinds. So I'm gonna add this one, long grass, and then some tall grass, and then some weed, and so variety of stuff that I want to add. And then hold on to one, and then hold on shift and then select one. And then here we need to increase density, and then after you increase the density, we'll be able to paint. You'll be able to add the height that you want to, but the most important part is increasing the density. So now it looks like this. I'm gonna add all of this right outside. Obviously we don't need too much going right here because it's not something that is visible, but just for the sake of it, let's just add it because it's easy to add anyway. So I'm just adding it right now. And then what I want to add, a different grass material where the house is. So I'm just adding this one for now and then checking everything else. After that, press escape and then select this one again, vegetation paint again, delete all of this. So delete and then go back here, and then I want something lawn with, yeah, I'm gonna select this one in density, long grass. After that, select this one and then make it small enough so that we don't bother others on this. But instead of tall grass, instead what I want to do instead of tall grass, I want to do is a different one. I think it's too much to add. I'm just going to add lawn, increase the density, select this one again, and then just add it right about there. And then I'm just gonna keep on adding that, and then right here as well. I know it's not something that it will be shown, but I'm just gonna add it for now. Obviously it's gonna populate later on. So now you can press escape and then select one of this, right click, and then isolate on and off. So now it's looking like that. Obviously you will need to clean up some of the portion there, so you can select this one, decrease the diameter so that you can clean it properly. I know it's a bit hassle, but that's the way it is. So make sure to be careful only on the edges. But as you can see, it's really hard to control that. So I'm just gonna leave it with you. And then now that we have some grass there, once we render this, this will look nice and everything. We're also going to put some trees right here. So right now we're in trees. We're gonna specifically add trees on the corners right here because we want to control how the light bounces. So we could add something like that right there, that it's still going to be visually nice. It's not too tall, it's not too high, and it's not too bushy. So something like that, and then small one right here, maybe in front of the house. So something like that we need to add for the house, and then we lower it down so that we can still see what's going on here. And then on this side as well. And then obviously we're going to put bigger ones at the back. So those are the plans that we need to do in order to maximize and to make it nicer. Right there at the back. And then maybe the tall ones at the back. So this one that will still be shown on those ends. And then the tallest ones. We could put two of this. So to do that, just hold on shift and then pull it on the other side again. And then Japanese walnut, we could put it right about here. And then let's look for others that we could just add on this side. This one, let's put it on here. You can put it here and lower it down a little bit. and then hold shift, click on tab first so that you have this control right here. Let's add two more. Rotate that, control this one as well, and then move it forward. There we go. That looks good, especially in the front. And then maybe we could add one as well here. And the other one right here. So that looks good. And then obviously on the side here, we're going to add more and more. And then more trees at the back so that we have a nicer one. I also want to add trees in front, so we need to go back to context and then vegetation paint, and then let's add tall trees, wide trees, all kind of trees that we think that is nice, because we want it to be reflected on the windows. It will give that nice effect. So for me, I'm choosing different kind of trees, selecting all of them, holding on shift, and then increasing density, and then click on this. And obviously you want to make it big enough so that you cover a wider range. There we go. There we go. Let's add that. Then let's add it on the other side as well. And then put it on this side as well. So everything is covered. Press escape and then escape again. And then obviously this one needs to be moved. So I'm just gonna delete that part. Okay, you want to make sure to save it first. Okay, so I just want to, I'm gonna move on that. And for this one, I want my view to be nice. I'm gonna add a tree in front, some tree that is good medium height. Maybe something like looks like this one that I can rotate. I'm gonna rotate it more because it's hindering my view. I'm gonna increase the height, so I think that's good enough. There we go. We can have this view right here. We can control the view, something like that. And then we're going to add some stones or rock. make it look nicer. Okay. And then why not add more of this right here. But I want my view to be just about right here. Good enough. So this one, I want to know, I want to control this one better. I just want to know what kind of trees this. I think maybe I'm just going to delete this one right here because I wanted to increase it more. So I'm just gonna look for the same thing. I think it's guava tree. So I'm gonna put it right about here. And then increase the height a little bit like that. So I want this to have this view right here. Okay, so now I'm gonna add some cars. So let's add some cars right here. We could add in a coupe, rotate it 90, like that. We have some SUV. I want it to be parked like that. Let's add in some motorbikes. Just to give it some of that, and then probably a car outside. So I'm just gonna add it right here. Car outside to give it more detailed like that. Just good enough. Then I want to double check. So I haven't changed the materials here, but I'm gonna change it now. Maybe concrete 1. And then this one should be concrete 2. And then let's go back here. Vegetation. We have detailed grass, not the detailed grass actually, but maybe let's go back. Miscellaneous. Added some branches right here. Dead leaves. So that's good enough. Let's add more variations right here. Change orientation.
And then here, another thing that I haven't done is setting up the materials for this one. So usually this one should be neon. So go back to material, look for neon, and then neon number 1. So it will give that nice glow there. And then this one should be a metal material, reflection, and then make it black. So that's good enough. And then now that we set up that, we're going to add in some lights. So spotlight right here. So now I'm going to change the speed to number 3. We're going to put this one up to 10. So that's the 10. I'm just going to copy this, hold on shift, click on tab first so that we have some grip. Let's put this one on this side first. Copy instance, and then select both of them by holding on control, and then we could just hold on shift again and grab it right there. It's around 0.8, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think 5 more. I think this one is not yet good, so I'm going to do it again. This is actually 1 meter, make it 6. Yes, perfect. But should be 5, so I'm just gonna delete both of them. So now that looks good. I'm going to add in a spotlight, not a spotlight but IES number 1. I'm going to rotate this to 180, and I want it to be looking like that. But here I'm gonna change this to 10 again. I'm gonna change that angle. I'm gonna lower it, and then I'm gonna move it onto this side. Maybe 2 more. So I'm good with that. I'm gonna grab it, hold on shift again, grab it on that, that's okay, and I want to add it on this side as well. Going on this side, so that's fine, and then I want to add it here as well at the back, at the front, sorry. So hold it here, I'm gonna add it in between. Change my speed to 4. I need it fast now. Add it there, and add it on the other side. And then here, I just want to double check, which we haven't done it yet. So let's add something like here. Change it to 10 again, and then hold on shift. This will be I believe, 0.8, and then make it 2. And then let's grab one and put it on this side. Okay, and then right there, 0.8 again, so probably 6. This one, grab this one at the end, and then let's put this one onto this side. And then hold on shift, add it right here, 0.8, so 3 more. So that's good. So now once we render this, let's see how it looks. It will look like that. Everything is bouncing and everything is good. We have the lights, we have the background and everything. The trees at the back is reflecting on our windows. I probably want to increase the opacity more, around 70, so that it doesn't show what's inside and it's very subtle. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 20 of this house build. Let's get started. So this is just a brief example of our rendering. I'm just gonna undo that rendering now. And what I want to do is just go right here and just go right here in spotlight. I think this is ES. Yes. So this one should be moved right here. This in the middle. And then let's just add one more for this one. So everything looks good. You can move it right there. So I'm happy with that. Now, lastly, we're gonna add in our stuff. We are going to create our image. So the first image that I want is from this view. I want to cut off this view, probably by adding another car. Maybe we could add another car, 180 on that, and then just add it right here. At the same time, I want actually to put this one a little bit front and then grab everything else. And then this can be moved as well so that we have a more nicer view like that. So I'm just going to move everything else. Something like that. I think I'm happy with that. I just need to move some of this right here and some of the rock, and move this one right there. And then I'm gonna take an image like that. I think that's good enough. It covers everything. It looks populated. That's one of the important thing. Image. So create image. I'm gonna set up like that. This one should be high. So at least that one, it will be looking like that. Once we set this up, I'm just going to move it a little bit. Like that. And then go back to the image. I'm just going to change my speed to number 3, and then give it like that. If you refresh that so that it record what you change, and then make sure you have that. So we need to move, so that's why we need to undo that again. I'm going to change the speed again to number 4, and let's add it like this. So I'm going to take an image again, and I'm going to click on that toggle button, and this one should be change as well. I want this nice view right here. And then create this one again. So we always go back there. This one I'm just going to move it more. Refresh that and then click on this. And then here again, I want a front view. Without the grass. So that looks perfect. So I'm gonna create a view again. Make sure to change this. And then now we need to update this one as well. And then we need to go back to media. So we could rate that, and then we could quit right here, because once we go back here, everything is like that. Make sure to save it, and then go back to media, and then we're gonna create our view, our videos. So here we start off our videos like this, maybe like that, and then create a video, and then move forward. So basically this is the introduction. So create the keyframe, and then maybe change this to 8 seconds because we don't want too much. We don't want too much of that 10 seconds. So even for this one, it's kind of boring if you put it 8 seconds. So maybe 6 seconds will be a nicer time for that. So here, number 6, we're going to move this one as well right here. Create a new video part, move it forward, and then 6 again. And then go back right here on this side. So we're making a cinematic video basically. So I'm just going to change that, move forward again, and change this to 6. So now if we replay everything from the start, it will go forward, going to cut, going forward on the side, and then on the other side as well. So kind of nice transition. And then after that, I always like the view like here. Select that, move it to the center, add a keyframe, and then another keyframe. So now it will look like this. I'm usually gonna leave the 10 seconds because that's good enough. And then I'm going to add a shot like this. View like that. And then put this one in 3 seconds. Another shot like this. Three seconds. And then I could start right here. We have a nice view like that. Create a new video part and then do this. And then I'm going to change this to 8 seconds. And then I also do something like this. This one should be around 5 seconds. And then this one as well. Add another one. Going up. Another 5 seconds. After that, we go back now. We finalize everything. Click here and then just go back. So this one should be around 7. Make it 6. And then let's see how it looks. That's good enough for me. And now let's go back here. We need to duplicate this. And then another one. Rename this one to show reel. And then this one, let's rename this to shorts. And then here, click on more, change the format. I want custom. And then this one should be around 700 by 1000. And then you just need to review the shorts to see how it looks. So I'm reviewing what we've done, checking that every frame is still good enough for the shorts because we changed the width. Especially with this going up, that's the one that I wanted to double check the most. But it looks like it's good, so I'm happy with this. Make sure to save it first, and then once you're ready, go to export. Here under video, select all. So for me, what I do is I don't do it all at once. I do the video first, and then maybe because this is a path tracer turn on, it will take longer. So for me, I just want everything to be fast first. So I do the video and then I do the image right after because that will take longer. So for me, right there, I'm gonna put that. See, this one is GM, and then video, and then select this file and then export it there. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.